We will all lead through every last one of us. The object is to strike your opponent hard enough that it doesn't matter a real weapon. If one will wound it or kill it, depending on where it's full contest unchoreographed play around what doesn't care. You've been doing this for 40 years. Come on out and watch Yes Yay. Full context, unchoreographed. The object is to strike your opponent hard enough and you're a real one. You're never too old.
Well, it should be background noise. Okay. You sexy.
Oh, I'm sorry. I see you. There you are!
Where is the camera?
Over there. Oh, but behind the TV. Andrew, this TV. Over here.
There's another one.
Where'd you go?
That's a keyboard? Huh?
No. I see your hand. There you are.
Huh?
There you are. I see your head.
Is it this?
All right.
Hello.
Come on. not in that much of a hurry. What's your point?
Email.
Yes.
Nice legs.
Yeah, they were there. Wow. Oh yeah, there was.
Shit. How you doing? Good.
Hey, you picked your bread up, stand in front of us.
What's that?
I'm gonna say you picked your bread, stand in front of us.
You,
Hey, Jace is really sick.
what's that?
We're down one cat girl. Jason is really sick.
Jay is?
Yeah,
Or Calvina?
we're both.
Yeah. Jay was down here when you got sick. Like throwing up sick? Oh, man. I don't think we had anything in Welwyn until then. So 12, we have an interview with Jeff Strand. And then 1:30 is us. Alright. I said go!
So,
We're about to cat made out. Cat made out. That's cool because this is my home base. I gotta get my shit ready for the cat meetings.
This month I gotta start doing working on my YouTube channel.
Yeah.
Yeah, I gotta probably work on it rather than just let it sit on my hard drive.
You ought to be on my show sometime.
Eventually, yeah.
We'll do a crappy hostel show or something. You can read it on it. Or we could just do complete and utter geekery, which works too, right?
Yeah.
All right.
I stay hydrated.
Cat made do-do-do-do-do. Hey.
All right. Who's ready to get the wine, please?
Cafe game is about to start, everyone.
You can put cake in it, don't worry.
It's in there.
Right, open it. I got my sweatband too, haven't you? No. Reach.
And then
I have no idea, but I need my. What my my have more stuff than I did. Well, exactly. Right.
And Con is actually going to do like a quick video. Some cosplayers coming all the coming down the escalator in about 5 minutes. You guys be interested in doing yeah, so cosplay elevator and
Very more like
yeah.
about 5 minutes, right?
Welcome to the cabaret car.
you gotta do a video. Come to the cat cave, cat with a cat. Come on. You'll have a ball. So you all in maybe. You know how to tell.
Come to the Catnap Cafe.
Hold on now.
Come to the Catnap Cafe. We're cute and kittens.
I've touched on it. Yeah, she's
trying to just let go on the right side.
That is way too much fun. Now the song is stuck in your head.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, it's open. And who is it? I don't know exactly what they're I think the duct tape will hold this better. The Velcro strip against it. I'm assuming that the heat through your
It's security. That's what I feel like using my cat. Battle axe.
first time. I had experienced already this morning. 1 o'clock, went to a camp this morning for a change day. So Garden hanging on, great cosplay. One magic race that she wanted to see. So I went to that camp. Would you want to use my stuff? This is my cosplay. These boots. This is the staff. If I know from someone that I had no idea who she is, she had no idea who I was. But a little bit of con magic. I was also just an escalator shot video for the con, which I will go ahead and repost somehow and figure out to attach it to my account. Here's to a great executive con.
This is like.
I was not prepared for that noise.
I gotta go make sure it fits. Shenanigans. Try to put up one pocket. Now, real quick, get a picture of me in her because she is, that's a bleach costume. That's all she is. If you're playing bingo right now, you're watching. I'm using bingo. That's everything.
Give me a minute. I gotta hit the front desk and I'll be right back.
I wasn't there yesterday, but that probably is part of my yeah, we're actually outside, so if you want to come try it out, we're right outside.
Yes. Simple, baby. All right. So we're going to see you all at 1:30. ConCarolinas studio. We're going to be live streaming that. We're also going to split it. We normally do on Thursdays. Hi, Ruth. Hi, my niece. Hi, everybody. How long you want? Thanks, guys. Hey, here's a pound and a half of cheese. Let's eat it. Are you seeing this like that? Yes. I said okay, well, I checked the amenities and it does have a refrigerator, so. It turns out it does have a refrigerator. I will shake my hands. Gummies are in my trunk. All right. I raided the snack box at work.
So we'll see what attendance is like. Wins and 2 for friends. Everything's there. And the deal is going to close at 8, so this is half an hour gap. We're having this happening. But by 9, everyone's back because the campfire's
Ready. Investigate.
Let's revisit all your controversies.
Exactly.
Doesn't matter where I sit.
No, sit next to you. Hi, everybody. We'll wait 2 more minutes.
At least one more is there.
So, Jeff, and I hope you know this. I know you don't know this, but we have a couple things in common. First, I was raised in Baltimore. So, and then now I live in Cleveland, and you used to live.
Can't do it all together.
Yeah. We're soulmates.
I was in Baltimore for about 6 months.
Okay. I was born and raised in Kentucky, and I was there. So, I don't.
Now I just know Baltimore is a place I desperately try to avoid driving through on my way.
Yeah, I understand that traffic is fucking really ridiculous.
I have to drive up to Massachusetts.
In like 1 minute, we should close the
And I got a little bit of a late start. But he's fine. He just put things in pretty much. So, awesome guy. He's ready to come.
So you have the back end, so you
I drive to Massachusetts and I'm taking a route that is longer in terms of time and mileage just to avoid the Baltimore. Like I would rather be driving extra time than sitting there. Because according to the time.
Right. Because there's no way we can hear one another. Close the door, guys. Way too loud there.
So you can't see because you're in the nosebleed seats, you can just follow along.
Okay, so this is Jeff Strand, our
spotlight.
Yeah, should we spin like a really bright light?
author guest of honor, and Jeff, tell them a little bit about yourself.
I've written about 55 books, mostly on horror. So in the ConCarolinas science fiction fantasy horror, I am very much on the horror side. And usually it is horror comedy for the most part, and sometimes it appears in the if I have to identify myself in one word with the genre, it's horror.
I was looking because I wasn't trying to ignore you, but I had, if you go to Jeff's website, you will discover he has this is his word, ridiculously long bio. And it's really long. I printed it out and now I can't find it, but it does tell you everything. Yeah. In a lot of detail. Yes.
And I update it about once a year.
Yeah, that was great. Okay. I'm gonna read you a sentence.
Okay.
The giant squid would smash through those tomatoes like an octopus smashing through Brussels sprouts. Yes, I laughed so hard. So for those of you who maybe don't know, Jeff just published the novelization of the best bad movie that was ever made, Attack of the Killer Tomatoes. And I wanted to start today with a sing-along so we could all sing Attack of the Killer Tomatoes. But I couldn't figure out how to get the words up, and we really all need the words because who remembers them? A little rendition?
No, but one of the nice things about doing the Attack of the Killer Tomatoes novelization is that the three guys who made the movie now have all rights to everything related to Attack of the Killer Tomatoes. Because I didn't think I'd be able to include the song lyrics, because the book opens with a mandatory sing-along.
Yes,
But
that's what I wanted to open
it's
today.
very, very hard to get rights to song lyrics in the books, but they own the rights to everything, so I could do anything I wanted. I added my own verse to it, and so the book opens with the sing-along with a bonus verse, but I didn't have any issues like trying to get the rights to that.
It's so great. So anyway, so I hadn't seen the movie since college, and I wasn't really remember a lot of it. There would be multiple explanations for that, and so I went back because I did not remember a squid in this section, and there is no squid in the movie, but in this section, it starts with little Timmy or whoever on a catamaran, like looking at all the pretty little girls in bikinis splashing around, and the tomatoes just attack. But in Jeff's novelization, there's a squid. The squid comes first, And there's this whole fight with the squid and the tomatoes. I'm like, I know there was no squid in that movie. So I loved the squid. Actually, I love the squid detail. What made you add the squid?
Well, the difference between this and any other novelization, generally a novelization comes out the same time as the movie.
Sure.
And you're supposed to be loyal to it. So if you're reading the Halloween Ends novelization, you want it to be Halloween Ends with some backstory, a little bit more detail, because you can do that in a novel. Technically, Killer Tomatoes came out in 1978. And it's legendary as one of the worst movies ever made. And so people aren't precious about the material. And the filmmakers were not precious about the material. So when I had basically done sort of a joke tweet saying, how is it possible that no one has hired me to write Attack the Killer Tomatoes? And then the publisher in Psychopocalypse messaged me privately and said, if you're serious, let me see what I can do. I was like, sure. And the guys who basically looked at my resume, and my resume is pretty good for someone to write Attack the Killer Tomatoes.
It's excellent.
So, I'm overqualified for that particular. So they were like, yeah, we would love to have you do it. And so I did a Zoom meeting. I did a Zoom meeting with them and basically said, my pitch is I'm going to write this book like you guys had Marvel Cinematic Universe money to make the first movie. And so, because if you watch the movie, I didn't want to recycle their jokes.
Right.
So the only time it uses a joke from the movie is if it springboards to something else. So the line, can someone pass the ketchup? That's in there, but then it goes to a much darker, weirder place than it does in the movie.
I think though you stayed pretty,
Scene by scene, it
yeah.
stays, but I tried to, within each scene, add all new jokes and twist things around. So
Yeah.
it's more of a companion piece than a
Yes, it's a
novelization.
companion piece, like the very, very good, has anyone seen the movie? Has anyone seen the movie? Okay, so there's this sort of classic scene where the great minds in the room get together in this tiny little office and they have to climb over each other in the chairs, and there's a Japanese scientist who speaks with bad dubbing, and it's just hilarious. And you stayed pretty, well, I think you stayed close to that scene.
That scene, for the most part, it's a genuinely funny moment. It's a good slapstick bit. The room is too small, all the guys are trying to climb over it, but it doesn't work in prose, where it's like, and the room was so small that everyone was climbing over each other to get into it. So to twist that around, for people who've seen the movie, the joke is that it's a big luxurious, and they just keep commenting on, my gosh, we have so much space. And if you've seen the movie, it's funny because I'm just taking that joke and twisting it around because it's not funny in a book. And also it's done so well in the movie that, just recreating it in book form isn't what I was trying to do. So I wanted it to be, every joke is original unless I am using their joke to take it someplace new.
In chapter 1, page 15, you say, I know it's a little bit early for the author of this novelization to start inserting himself into the chapter, but the dude who drinks the tomato juice and dies, this is great. The dude who drinks the tomato juice and dies in the movie version of Attack of the Killer Tomatoes gets like 20 seconds of screen time. This is true. I'm not even sure it's 20 seconds. Despite his unimaginably horrific fate. That aspect of the tomato mythos could have been the entire movie. What was the tomato juice doing inside? I mean, like, this is how it goes. So you can what was the tomato juice doing inside his body? Was it trying to eat its way out and constitute his DNA? I mean, oh my God, his suffering must have been imagined. It's freaking me out so much that I won't be able to drink tomato juice for at least a couple of weeks. So I knew what I was in for at that moment. Page 15, that was awesome. So did you just have like a ball writing this? Was it fun?
It was fun. It's challenging because when you do a book when I do a horror comedy, I have legitimate characters, I have story, I have stakes. So I don't have to be funny in every paragraph because there's other elements to carry you through the story. Attack of the Killer Tomatoes, in the movie and the book, you're not invested in the situation. You're not like, I cannot, what is Lieutenant Finlayer's arc going to be? Is this romance going to work out? Are they going to escape the train? You don't care about any of that.
No.
So it had to be, joke, and there's no luxury to have slow. It's like a Naked Gun movie, basically. You can't have a moment where Frank Drebin takes things seriously for 15 seconds because the movie doesn't hold up to that. So that's basically what this was, where it's really fun, but you're also halfway through thinking, it would be nice to not have to put a joke in every single paragraph, but you have to because that's what you've set up.
Yeah, I was really, honestly, from a writing standpoint, I was really interested and impressed by that because, like, the very first scene in Attack of the Killer Tomatoes, a young housewife, who's blonde, is washing dishes and she looks down and suddenly there's a tomato in the sink and then the tomato basically jumps out and attacks her and kills her. And it's what, a minute? It's like a minute. You made many pages, yes, because you were like, I get to say what she's thinking, and it's hilarious. Conrad Whitpool, editor-in-chief of the Daily Herald, was not as mean as J. Jonah Jameson of the Daily Bugle, but Conrad had the edge in that he was not a fictional character. So I really want to tell everybody, the novelization is hysterical, and everybody should get it. If you saw the movie, it's even funnier, but it's very, very good.
Can we buy it here this weekend and if so where?
I am in the Lake Shore room near the back, and I have many copies of Attack of the Killer Tomatoes.
So, yeah, so you added squid, you wrote the great Brussels sprout line. That made me laugh so loud that my husband said, "You're reading Attack of the Killer Tomatoes again, aren't you?" So, one of the things that you talk about on your website, you talk about it with great humor because that's you, but are there aspiring writers in here or writers? Yeah, okay, I think pretty good. Can you talk a little bit about your history with agents and like what it's like to have 1, 2, 3, 4?
My history with agents has been very poor. So I've been doing this for a really long time, which meant that I started before the internet.
Right.
Which meant that I didn't have the ability to say, to do quick research or to, reach out to someone and say, hey, what do you think of this agent? Don't, they're garbage. Don't bother with it. So all I had were ads in magazines, and then send our writing sample and we'll hook you up with an agent. And I'm like, my gosh, you're brilliant. Also, every agent is paid for these days. That's the way the business is moving. So we're going to charge you, and it's never super expensive. It's enough. It's in the ones I went with, they were cheap enough that you think, okay, that's legit, but it's cheap because they're not doing anything for you. So if you're paying someone $295 and they're not actually doing anything, they're getting a good deal. So my first experience was with the scam agents because I didn't have the resources to, because I have a creative writing degree from Bowling Green State University, where literally all it was story critiquing and analyzing poetry and analyzing short stories. There was no talk of marketing. There was no talk of how do you avoid scamming.
Because that was
How do you
crafts.
get right? So absolutely, you can have a Bachelor of Fine Arts in creative writing and not have had a single classroom session on the actual business portion of it.
Right.
So I didn't know, and then they send you, here are the top 10 book sales ever, and 8 of those were our deal. No, not really, but how am I going to verify that?
Right.
You don't have the ability to type in Google, what were the top 10 book sales of all time? So they must be legit. And and if you're not happy, we'll give you your money back. And of course, they're not going to do that.
Right.
So it started with scam agents, and then I had an agent who basically, he was brand new, and he didn't have the ability to get it in front of people. So my learning experience was a brand new agent. For some people it's good, but if you're doing a really quirky fantasy comedy, there's basically, again, my first novel that I tried to aggressively market was basically a Naked Gun movie in fantasy novel form. A brand new agent's not going to be able to sell that.
Right.
And so he wasn't able to sell it. And then I just kept acquiring agents very quickly. And then my last agent, who I had for quite a while, was Stephanie Kiprosky, who's a big time agent. She is Gillian Flynn's agent, Gone Girl.
Yeah.
And so I was like, I have a big time agent. And I was able to get her because I had an offer from Dorchester.
Okay.
And so she really had nothing to do, but she's like, hey, we can't negotiate this. I have worked with them before. They're not going to budge. that's fine, take your 15% just to make sure it's fair. And so I had a really big time agent, but the difference is when you're a small time author with a big time agent,
You get
when
very
I'm
little.
at the very bottom of the pecking order, and really I wasn't even her genre, she's sort of a mainstream thriller romance agent, and I had,
Literary, yeah.
so it was a poor fit.
Yeah.
So it's nice to, I have Gillian Flynn's agent, oh my gosh, big time. But if she's not returning my emails, it doesn't do you any good.
Right, it's
And
that's
so-
the small fish in the big pond.
Right, I was the tiny, tiny minnow in the ocean of Gillian Flynn's career.
Yeah.
And so I had sent her a book called Cyclops Road. And she's like, I promise I'll get to this, within the next 2 weeks. Promise I'll get to this in the next 2 weeks. And then she stopped responding.
Right.
And then I was like following up and not hearing anything, following up and not hearing anything. And I sent, is it safe to assume that we're done with each other? And an instant follow-up, yeah, I think that's good. So,
Okay.
so I was like, you know what, I don't need an agent anymore. Now I have a manager for my screenwriting.
Okay.
So, and I'm actually very happy with him. And so it's basically the deal is I had an offer for, I'll be talking about this in my screenwriting panel at 1:30, but I had I was writing something for Universal, and so I needed an agent. And at this exact time that I was researching agents, I got an email from this guy saying, hi, I'm a manager, I'm wondering if the rights to your book, Allison, are available. Like, actually, they're not. But since you reached out to me, do you have any recommendations for agents? He's like, can I call you? I'm sure. He's like, you don't want an agent, you want a manager. You want a manager?
Is that like an attorney with an entertainment firm?
No, I also have an attorney.
Right.
So the attorney negotiates the deal,
Right.
and the manager he's like, the difference is an agent is only focused on your most recent book, trying to sell that, whereas a manager is trying to get you meetings. So my manager will say, hey, I got you a meeting with Blumhouse at 2:30 on June 16th, and then I go on the Zoom meeting and do that. So he's trying to actively solicit work. He can't actually negotiate the deal.
You need the attorney for that.
Right.
Okay.
But he's more the overall career type stuff.
That's great.
So I
I
see
didn't
when I
even know
finish,
this existed.
yeah, so when I send him a book, he tries to get that stuff set up, and
How do you find those people?
well, in this case, he reached out to me, but you
Yes,
can
I
just,
know.
you Google managers, and then if you know someone who is into screenwriting, like it's one of those things where stuff like this is really valuable because it leads to connections, which leads to connections. So I was at, and it was a film project that didn't work out, but I was at the Merrimack Valley Halloween Book Festival, which is a really good event up in Massachusetts, and it's basically a library setting. And then afterwards, everyone goes to a restaurant, and we found ourselves sitting next to these guys, and we're like, hey, we wrote the movie Crawl, that giant alligator movie. So, oh, cool. So we had a nice conversation with them. And then when I needed an agent, because I thought a movie thing was going to happen, which ended up not happening, I just sort of reached out to them, hey, do you guys have any recommendations? Like, are you free now? Let's hop on Zoom. So then I got to be on a Zoom call with the guys who wrote Crawl, and they gave me a recommendation, and the project didn't work out. So I didn't need to use their recommendation. But it came from going to an event and then socializing at the
Right.
event, and then having someone that I could reach out to. So, going to film festivals, going to stuff like ConCarolinas, whatever your interest is, I really highly recommend being where you are now and talking to people. And then when you actually need the resources, you say, hey, remember me? I was at your guest of honor panel. I asked that great tomatoes question. And then,
I asked, why did you add a squid? Yeah, so are they like entertainment managers? What is
Yes.
entertainment manager? I did
It's just
not,
an entertainment manager and then an entertainment attorney.
I have heard of entertainment attorneys, of course, and firms, but I had never heard of the manager. That's a concept I had not.
Yeah, he's basically with your agent, you only talk to them when something is happening. He's like, with me, I'll talk to you every week. So, every week, they'll call
Are there
just for
people who
updates.
do that with books, or it's just about?
It's
screenwriting?
just
It's a-
because movies it's all about pitching.
Right,
So it's like, you're generally as an author, unless you're going to a convention where there's an editor from Random House doing pitch sessions,
right,
you're not gonna have someone say, hey, I got you a 15-minute meeting with Random House. That's not
Not
how it
gonna
works in
happen, no.
books. Movies are very much like meeting driven, and most of them go nowhere, so it's completely different kind of business. In books, people just shut you down immediately. No, that sounds awful. We're not going to take it. No, we don't do it. Movies, like, oh my gosh, yes, everyone's excited about it. Oh yeah, we can have that made next week, and then they ghost you.
There you go.
So,
Yeah, so that's lovely. That's nice.
So.
That's nice. That's a fun industry.
yeah, if you want to get into screenwriting or any type of movie making, be prepared to be ghosted a lot. Jeremy Renner ghosted us.
No.
He really wanted. It's like Jeremy Renner really wants to star in this movie. He hung out with the director at the lead singer of Nickelback's house, and they spent a weekend getting drunk together. And he's all in. And then
He got run over by.
and then his agent. Well, that was right immediately before that. And then his agents wanted him to do it, and all his people. He's got full entourage. And then one guy goes, "Do you really want to do a werewolf? Maybe I don't." And then his people stopped responding to my people. Then he had his horrific accident. Like, wow, we would have been celebrating, popping open the champagne, and then that would have been the end of the project.
Right.
And we would have had to say, it's very sad. And our movie means nothing to anyone. We just care that Jeremy gets better.
Right. Yeah.
It would have fallen apart either way, but he goes to us before it could happen.
So, I interviewed the wife last night. Where is Creep Out in the writing prospect? I told her I was going to ask you.
It is,
Because she said she has done a cover for you and you've never finished the book.
right. It was a mistake to share the cover. Most of this is her fault, because I said I'm working on a ventriloquist dummy book. She's like, oh, I'll do the cover. And then she did the cover and the book wasn't done yet. And then I'm good at Attack of the Killer Tomatoes. I'm good at fast paced. My book Demonic is essentially a 250-page action sequence. Creep Out is slow, scary. So it's taking a lot longer, and I'm kind of putting it aside for other stuff. So I made the mistake of, hey, my book Creep Out's coming soon. I didn't say when it's coming, I just said coming soon.
Just open
And
to
then-
wide interpretation.
And then I'm pretty much every time I publish a new book, it's like, where's Creep Out? Where's it's
I
coming?
didn't
At some
actually
point
even
it's
know
coming.
about Creep Out, but she was telling me, so last time when I was interviewing Lynn, I asked her if you get a steep discount off your covers. And she said, yes, I have to put Jeff's untitled book in my schedule.
Yeah.
Yeah, so it was funny, it was just a funny.
So no, Creep Out will be coming up very soon, in theory. But again, I was trying to do something completely different. My wheelhouse is not slow and creepy. I was like, I'm gonna do a slow and creepy process. Longer, and I'm getting distracted.
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to be a sore subject.
I was not sore subject at all.
having
I've
a-
been very open about it.
I was having a good time.
No, people bug me about it all the time. Someday there'll be a book called Creep Out. If you go to my table in the vendor's room, you can see the cover of Creep Out on display.
Yeah, because she told me she did that also in Viper.
Yeah, there's one called the Viper Pact, which I was prepared to write for the Amazon Vellum or Vella,
Yeah,
the serial. So that sounds great. And then so I wrote a couple chapters, uploaded them, and then I realized that this was turning out to be a complete disaster.
okay.
Like you would upload it, they said, when you upload the chapters, they aren't going live until Bella goes live. But then when you put them up, they would say that they were live and they weren't. It was this weird coin system, and you couldn't read them on your Kindle. And I'm like, this is a
This is not
disaster.
good.
So I unpublished them, said I don't want to be part of this.
Yeah,
What is clearly going to be a complete flop.
romance. The romance genre has some of these, that kind of serialization format, like, I can't remember, GALETEA. Anyway, there are a couple of them, and what they'll do is they'll post like almost a full chapter on Facebook, like, they just downloaded it down, and I'll read it and I'll think, oh, this is good, I like this, I want to go read more chapters, but then you go to the app and it's like you're paying for every chapter, and it's like you can't get them all at the same time, and I was like, okay, I'm not doing these.
Well, Bella also had this weird thing where you weren't required to finish the book. There's no obligation. There's no time frame. So I was like, if this is a dud and people are making money and they just abandon their projects, you're gonna have all these people who are angry that they started reading things that were never finished, and then I'm gonna be caught up in this. Like, I'll just write the book.
Yeah,
And then
right.
I haven't written it yet. It's a cool cover and cool title, but some of it is someday.
Someday, but that's interesting. I didn't know that that started with the.
Yeah, just because I like the idea of a serialized book, you know, so I've written some that then I decided to hold it. Before it went up, before it was published.
Let's talk about titles.
Okay.
Titles of things, titles of books. It feels as if in sort of a lot of the market now, there is this push for very short titles, you know. Fire, you know, right? Like The Pact, right? Like really, really short titles, 1, 2 words. You have, like, your Andrew Mayhem books are Grave Robbers Wanted, No Experience Necessary. That's long. This is my favorite. Single White Psychos. Yes, Single White Psycho Seeks Same. I think I said that right. Something. Yeah.
Single White Psychopath Seeks Same.
Single White Psychopath Seeks Same. That's my favorite. Casket for Sale, only use once. He's good. Something, I can't read my own writing. What is it?
Lost Homicidal Maniac,
Lost
Answers to
Homicidal-
Shirley.
I missed that one. Anyway, parentheses, answers to Shirley. So you use the parentheses as almost like a subtitle. Why do you do that? Like, what is, other than it's
Just for that
hilarious?
series, I wanted a consistent titling, and so I had Grave Robbers One, No Experience Necessary, and then I decided every book in the series was going to sound like a really dark personal ad.
Okay, I
And
see
so
it.
that was kind of the pattern. So the fifth, what may be the final book, is called Cemetery Closing, Everything Must Go. So that's kind of the only series where I specifically tried to have funny titles. You know, now it's like demonic one word. My new book is Veiled, Creep Out.
Yeah, see,
So I
that's,
kind of,
I feel like that's the push,
Right.
marketing wise, is to have those kind of titles. But I really like your long titles with the parentheses. I think they're fun.
I kind of keep those to that particular series. 'Cause, you know, I had a book, the publisher changed it to Wolf Hunt, and then I kept it Wolf Hunt. So it's like Wolf Hunt 2, Wolf Hunt 3. I don't get super creative with titles. With my young adult stuff, the titles, those have longer titles, but the publisher almost always changed them. So A Bad Day for Voodoo was my title. I called the second book This Can't End Well, and they changed it to I Have a Bad Feeling About This. The third book was The Greatest Zombie Movie Ever, which was my title. The fourth book I wanted to call Ridiculous and Amazing. They said no. I said, okay, Ridiculously Amazing. They said no, and then they called it Stranger Things Have Happened. The fifth one was called, I called it Cousin Blake. They said before I even turned the book, it's not going to be called Cousin Blake, so they used that. Then they changed it to How You Ruined My Life. And then I have some middle grade horror novels coming out with the same publisher. And the first book was called Scarecrow Square, and they changed it to It Watches in the Dark.
I'm gonna check that.
And then the second one I called The Backyard, and they changed it to Nightmare in the Backyard. So.
Okay, so, can you talk a little bit about how publishers have the ability to change titles, like
If it's a big publisher, which is what these are, they have the right to do whatever they want. In a small press, it kind of varies. You have a little bit more leeway, but the contract will almost always specify that the publisher has final say in those kinds of things.
Yeah.
In the small press, I only had one title change. It was called The Adventures of Fangboy, because I wanted it to sound like a children's book, because it's sort of a spoof of children's books, and they just changed it to Fangboy. But aside from that, the titles of my books were the titles I turned in. But with big publishers, that's in the contract. They decide what's on the cover. They'll ask for your feedback, but unless you're like having a screaming temper tantrum, they're picking the cover because they have a marketing department that in theory knows better than you do. They definitely know better than I do. So
There you go.
So, you're not going to say, okay, here's exactly what I want on the cover. It's like, well, no, here's what the marketing department who does this for a living thinks should go on the cover. And they can change the titles. And it's sort of, you turn in the book, you work with an editor. So I have a little more power as far as the actual words on the page, although you're still, there's a negotiation process involved.
Have you ever lost a title that you were really disappointed about, like it was precious to you? And
Not really. There's always this weird thing where you've been spending all these months with a book under one title and then it's a different title and you're like, what is It Washes in the Dark? I can't, then you get used to it and it's totally fine.
Right, and when it's selling a lot and the check is coming in, it can be called whatever you want it to be.
So there's an adjustment period where like, that doesn't even feel like my book. I don't know what that thing is and then you can't remember what the title is.
You've talked about this in other interviews, so I know I'm going to repeat. But can you talk a little bit about sort of the intersection between horror and comedy? Because, I felt like where you intersect is at the level of absurd, right? Like the comedy is a giant squid and the horror is the giant squid, right? So can you talk a little bit about that?
It varies a lot from book to book. Clearly, Attack of the Killer Tomatoes is just pure comedy. There's not a single moment in that book that's meant to scare you. But it's a horror premise. It is giant killer tomatoes devouring innocent people, but it's just pure comedy.
But the book really isn't about, the movie in the book really isn't about giant killer tomatoes. Like, I did not understand the movie and what it was about until I read your book. The book is really about, like, the powers that be.
Right, the book is a government satire on the inept handling of a crisis.
Right.
But that book is just pure comedy, whereas, like, my most recent novel is Veiled. In that case, I don't consider it a horror comedy, but there's tons of humor in it. It's a psychological thriller, and it's sort of a romantic comedy that takes a huge left turn. So I wanted you to care about the characters, and the easiest way to do that is to put lots of humor in it. So in that case, it's not comic relief, it's just two funny characters in a situation that you find out is infinitely darker than what you've been led to believe. Demonic is more over the top. Demonic is sort of closest in tone to an Evil Dead movie. So I wanted it to be, it is gore-drenched, action-packed, over-the-top type stuff. So a lot of the humor that just comes from the escalating absurdity of the situation. And so that I do consider that a horror comedy. But my books, like Pressure and its sequel, Deathless, the comedy there is just comic relief. There's a lot of humor, but it's a completely, if I describe the books to you, there's nothing funny about them. It's just, I put in quite a few moments of comic relief just so that it's not depressing. Right. Give you, okay, here's a little breather. I just don't want this to be a depressing book because really horrible stuff happens. So it's just, all right, here's your breather, and then I can take you right back to the intensity. Whereas, my young adult books are just pure comedies. A Bad Day for Voodoo is just a splatter comedy for kids. Sinister Mr. Corpse is much more satirical comedy. There's not a lot of stuff in there.
It has a great cover too.
Yeah. So a lot of it really depends on the individual book. So Clowns versus Spiders is pure absurdity. Now it plays the spiders completely straight. And what happens to me a lot is that it takes me 3 chapters or so to nail down the tone. So Clowns vs. Spiders, for the first 3 chapters, was a little bit too over the top. It was a little goofier than I wanted. Scaled it back. I made the conscious decision that the clowns are going to be funny, the spiders are not. So every spider attack is treated with genuine stakes. So they're not funny spiders. They don't make goofy sounds. They just, if they jam their fangs into you, you die a horrible death. But the book is a comedy from beginning to end because the clowns are so absurd, because the clowns only identify as clowns. So it's not, hi, I'm Jeff, and when I put on my makeup, I'm Jaunty the Clown. He is Jaunty the Clown. They never take off their makeup. They don't identify as anyone but Jaunty the Clown. And so I took a lot of they only eat macaroni and cheese. There's a lot of really silly stuff in there. And then it's against the backdrop of the spider attacks being played deadly seriously. So the whole book is a horror comedy, and it's not comic relief, it is comedy in the midst of horrible things happening. But the tone changes from book to book, and some of them are just comic relief, some of them are, just full on, make you laugh as much as I can, and generally about 3 chapters to decide exactly what the tone is going to be.
So do you go back and like basically just cut those 3 chapters like from start?
No, I just tweak them.
Okay.
So what happened in Clowns vs. Spiders is that I had a goofy conversation between 2 characters who die in the prologue. There's a prologue.
It's hard to have a book where your characters die in the prologue.
Right. There's a prologue, a big scale prologue that I left intact, and then they blow open the cave and the spiders get out, and I had a goofy conversation there about, these are normal characters. These should not be having this kind of goofy conversation. Only the clowns should have goofy conversations like that. So I changed their conversation. It's mildly funny, but it's not. It's like a conversation we could have with humor in it, but it's not a goofy conversation. And that was because I decided the tone is the clowns speak like that, the normal characters don't. And that was something. So okay, I'm 3 chapters in. Let's backtrack and fix this.
So what inspired? I mean, like, where did you wake up one day and go, clowns versus spiders? That's it. Like, where does that happen?
It changes a lot from book to book. Clowns versus Spiders it's basically different ideas melded together. Clowns versus Spiders, the specific origin of that one was, I'm going to write the scariest killer clown book ever. It is going to be the most terrifying thing ever. It's called Clowns Will Eat You, and it is about feral clowns living in the woods, and a couple driving through is basically abducted and subjected to a weekend of pure horror. And then I realized, I did some research. There's another feral clowns book.
How do feral clowns run? If you're giant.
I didn't get to the point where I had to work that out. But when I was researching that,
I think it's a legitimate question.
it is. Absolutely. But I was researching that and I found an article about real life clowns who are losing their livelihoods because of stuff like Pennywise.
Right.
Where kids don't like clowns anymore. People hate clowns, and they're like, we're here to bring joy to people. And so I was like, what if I did like a clown book where the clowns were the heroes and they've lost their livelihood? All they want to do is bring joy. They're the good guys. Like, they don't want to be scary clowns. They're happy clowns, but they're fired from the circus because people hate clowns. So I can work with that premise. And then but also a lot of times I start to think, okay, what horror trope haven't I tackled that I can twist around? And I've never done a kaiju book.
Okay.
So what about clowns versus kaiju? And I told a couple of friends, like, okay, well, how do you do that? How do like a small group of clowns take down a kaiju? I don't know. I'll figure it out. And then I was thinking about it, saying, okay, but
it's a clown convention in Japan.
And so then I was thinking about, what about a giant spider? Wait a minute, no. Clowns versus spiders. Primal fear clowns, primal fear spiders facing off. So that's my story. So then I just figured out, it was good clowns who are, because they've lost their jobs, the father figure clown, Guffaw the clown, says, look, we can't afford our macaroni and cheese unless we take this job. It's a temporary job. There's a haunted house. We have to be scary clowns. We can't be scary clowns. That goes against everything we stand for. Well, do you want to starve to death? Like, well, no, funny clown. A clown starving to death isn't funny. So they have to basically go against everything they stand for, put on the scary clown makeup, doing this haunted house, and then the opening night is the night that the spiders have escaped from the cave and are attacking the small town.
Does the whole book take place in one house?
No. Interestingly, and I'll cover this more in the next panel, the book does not. In the book, about halfway through, they get out of the house and then the whole town has been overrun, and then it goes from big action set piece to big action set piece. For the movie version, where it was a generously budgeted movie version, but still they had to keep cutting down. And it's like, what if the entire thing took place in a haunted house? okay. Well, so the library's gone, the pool scene is gone, all the, the big elaborate chase. So the answer is no in the book, but yes in the movie. And then the WJ went on strike right before the deal was struck, so it's like we're nervously waiting to see if at the end of the strike, all the parties are still interested.
Interesting. So that was like, this is like very, very recent.
Yes. Well, no, it's recent from the standpoint of the deal, but because Hollywood moves really, really, really slow, this is like 2 years since they reached out about the rights. It's a slow process.
Yeah, and a lot can change
Yes.
over that time. Yeah. So, okay. I thought that was interesting. Lynn showed us the cover for that yesterday. So let's go back and talk a little bit more about sort of being on the very beginning of digital publishing. Because you founded Epic, an organization for digitally published writers.
I didn't found it, but I was a president very early on. So I was pioneer of e-publishing.
Yeah,
So
you
I was at the very, very early stages when everybody hated ebooks.
Right.
So in the year now, everyone has a Kindle. You can read on your phone. It's totally fine. It's easy to download. In the year 2000, everyone was scared of ebooks. They hated them. If you had your diskette, it was like, what is this crap? And Epic was an ebook authors organization. We did a signing at Barnes & Noble at our convention, at our annual convention. People had the diskettes, and the community relations manager at Barnes & Noble came out, talked to us, picked up a diskettes off someone's table and said, just an FYI, don't ever have these on your table because no one takes you seriously as a real author. And awkward.
Yeah.
So, like, people just, it sounds like I'm making this up, but a guy at another book signing picked up the diskette, was pissed off, and when, like, as he was on, like, don't go to that till they'll try to sell you an ebook. Like, people didn't understand them. Like, why would I read off my computer? I'm on my computer all day. Well, you can buy a Rocket Reader, which is a clunky $300 device.
Right.
So you didn't, the Kindles are great. Kindle changed everything, but in, between 2000 to 2007, you were at the bottom. If you were an ebook author in those years, you were worse than unpublished.
Well, what made you, okay, so that was the milieu. What made you want to do it?
I decided I had, I was on a Trump novels panel this morning.
Right.
I had a Trump novel. I had many Trump novels. And I was on a site called Zoetrope, which was a screenwriting critique site. And I had some bits of screenwriting. And this writer, Pauline Jones, had emailed me and said, oh, I loved your script. And I see that you also that you've written some novels. I'm with this publisher, Hardshell Word Factory, and they're ebooks, but it's legit. You're not paying them, they edit, they do everything. A publisher reviews just ebooks. You know what? I've been submitting these books for years with no success. Let's try and see what happens. And so they accepted it, and then I was like, geez, there's a home for not the Trump novels that I knew were garbage. I had, thousands of pages of stuff that was unpublished, and I wasn't interested in getting that out there. But I had 4 books that I'm like, these are publishable, good books.
Right.
And so I basically sold those 4 to 4 different ebook publishers, and they all came out really fast. He's the fastest writer in the world. And no, these were previously
they were previously
projects that all just came out really fast. And then it's like, well, if I got ebooks, I'm all in on ebooks. And in that time, it was all ebook authors who really wanted to be print authors. So no one was really, there was one lady who was completely burnt out because she had a real book out. And she was burnt out on the whole process. So she liked the freedom of ebooks. So she was the one member of Epic who was legitimately into it. Everyone else was, ebooks, boy, I wish I was with a real publisher. Ebooks. And so, royalty checks, you get your royalty check and just cry.
Right.
I can't even afford McDonald's with this. So,
Right.
so it was people who were, including me, ebook authors because they didn't have the choice.
Right.
And then, as people would, the genuinely, because there was a lot of people who were ebook authors because their work was not strong enough to sell. And so that was kind of how people saw ebooks, always the stuff that is too, not publishable. The people who were genuinely talented, so the Mary Janice Davidsons of the world, they sold their book to a major publisher, rocketed to mainstream success, and to hell with ebooks. I was never an ebook guy. That wasn't me. That was someone using my name. Screw those losers. They would quit Epic immediately and just,
Right.
go.
But you still saw that kind of bias against self-publishing.
Oh, I had that bias. Like, I will never self-publish because my whole career was you had to have a publisher. And then I was friends with Joe Conrad, who was with Hyperion, and he was one of the first big name authors to full-on self-publish ebooks. And we had collaborated on a book called Suckers. And it was with
Is that lollipops?
no, it's vampires. And so he
I knew
wanted,
it wasn't lollipops.
and he wanted to self-publish. We had done a hardcover limited edition, and he wanted to self-publish the ebook. I'm like, no, like, you're Hyperion. No one's going to say you're a loser. If I self-publish, then the stain of self-publishing will be all over me. My career will be over. There's not a chance in hell I am self-publishing this. And then he was like, if you self-publish, you'll quit your day job. I promise. No, I'm not self-publishing. That's not how it works. And it took me, I sold my books to Leisure or Dorchester. So, they were in bookstores everywhere. Like, yes, I have made it. My tiny little advance, I'll never quit my day job based on it, but I am what everyone considers a real author now. Because if you go into a bookstore, there they are. And then Leisure canceled its horror line about 4 months before my book Wolf Hunt came out. And we had the cover, it had been promoted, it was like everyone knew Wolf Hunt was coming out, and then they canceled their horror line. So, well, I can spend 3 years trying to sell a werewolf novel where because there was no market. The horror genre had no market at that time. Or I can just try to self-publish it. So I self-published it. It's like, oh, you know what? I like self-publishing. So 70% royalties are actually pretty sweet.
Right.
And by then the Kindle was out, and suddenly people didn't hate ebooks anymore.
Right.
And then publishers started to, by default, take ebook rights. And so things were changing. And then so I tried it. So I wasn't at the forefront of self-publishing because it had started to gain legitimacy, because I wasn't going to do it until it gained legitimacy.
Right.
And now it's not completely, but I self-publish almost all my horror stuff because I like it.
Right.
And I'm prolific enough that if I was with a major publisher, they wouldn't publish as much stuff as I do.
And you have a fan base.
Right. So not all of my Leisure fans carried over to the self-publishing stuff, but enough of them did that the difference between 6% royalties and 70% royalties meant I actually made a lot more.
Right.
And then I eventually quit my day job.
What was your day job?
Insurance, working for MetLife.
Wow, that's so far from what you write.
Well, it didn't take up any creative energy.
Yeah. Right.
So if I had gotten a job in marketing, I'd be like, well, I don't want to work on anything creative. I just want to watch TV. Well, if I work on numbers all day, now I get to work with letters. But it paid the bills and.
Right. Kept the lights on.
Yeah.
Food on the table. Sure. Okay, so we have about 12 minutes or so, 13 minutes. Who has questions? Really seriously. Not one. Not one. Okay, Jeff, you're gonna read from Attack of the Killer Snakes.
No.
You have to understand how much I love this book.
You have a section in mind? I can do it, friends.
No, I just read this. We'll pass the winter.
The preface is just as goofy as the rest of the book.
But you can start with.
Attack of the Killer Tomatoes by Joe Strand. Chapter 1. Present day, 1978. As she did the dishes, Penelope thought about her childhood friend Herman Farbage. Now, Herman Farbage is a lyric. It's remember Herman Farbage while taking out his garbage. Remember Herman Farbage while taking out his garbage? He turned around and he did see tomatoes hiding in his tree. Now he's just a memory. As she did the dishes, Penelope thought about her childhood friend Herman Farbage. Because kids were always on the lookout for names that rhymed with words that could generate quick and easy insults, he'd gone through life being called Herman Garbage. Though surprisingly, children never thought to take it to the next level with vermin garbage. So the fact that he died while taking out his garbage was a cruel irony. Something caught Penelope's attention. A whole tomato in the sink. She didn't remember dropping it in there. In fact, to the best of her knowledge, the entire kitchen had been devoid of tomatoes. Her husband, Chuck, wasn't the kind of person who'd leave a red, ripe tomato sitting in the sink. She thought about each of her 3 children, Reginald, Daphne, and her favorite, Elaine. None of them would ultimate somebody. Tomato began to speak. Not human speech, nothing like, howdy, ma'am, I'm a tomato. Just gibberish. And then it bounced out of the sink, launching its circular form directly at her. Penelope's parents had never instilled in her a fear of tomatoes. It hadn't been necessary. They were so small, so harmless. Who, deathly allergies notwithstanding, had ever been hurt by a tomato? You were far more likely to accidentally cut yourself dicing one than you were to be attacked by the tomato itself. Were they gross on the inside? Sure. But so were humans if you really thought about it. Because Penelope had not been trained from an early age to distrust tomatoes, her reflexes were slow. The tomato smacked directly into the center of her forehead. Then it dropped to the kitchen floor, where it didn't splatter as much as she would have hoped. The tomato launched itself at her again, but how? It had no legs. It had no wings. Penelope cried out in pain as the tomato smacked into her stomach. Once again, it dropped to the kitchen floor, unsquished. It babbled at her. Penelope thought it was saying, just stay calm, my darling, and await the sweet release of death. But she didn't speak tomato and couldn't tell for certain. No, she would not await the sweet release of death. All manner of vegetables, from artichokes to zucchini, had been chopped up and cooked in this very kitchen. Not once had the tomatoes been turned on the kitchens, and sentient or not, this tomato wasn't going to change that. It launched itself at Penelope again. This time, she ducked out of the way. Ha! She shouted. Not so! The tomato bounced off the wall and struck her in the face. Penelope lost her balance and fell to the floor. The tomato quickly rolled toward her, babbling with homicidal intent. Penelope sat up, gritting her teeth and summoning every ounce of strength that she could manage after her minor tumble. She got back to her feet before the tomato could bump into her. She stood next to the counter. The counter contained drawers. The drawers contained kitchen utensils. Amongst the kitchen utensils were knives. She opened the nearest drawer. It was full of dish towels and ovenmints. Arg! She should have known not to choose that drawer, but she wasn't doomed yet. There was still time to open at least one more drawer. The tomato bashed into her ankle, making her cry out. Penelope opened the second nearest drawer. This one was filled with knives. Enough knives that Daphne often said, geez, Mom, why do we have so many knives in the drawer? People are going to think we're a family of serial killers. It was not the reason Daphne was Penelope's least favorite child. That was a hair color issue, but it didn't help. Because the tomato was actively bashing into her legs, Penelope did not have an opportunity to thoroughly review the knives. Di was gluing the tomato in about when she planned to strike. So she crouched casually for a few moments, hoping the tomato would think she decided there was no compelling reason to try to stab it again. She thrust the knife at it. The tomato rolled out of the way in the nick of time. Then it launched itself at her again. Somehow, Penelope knew this attack was different. This time, the tomato would not just bounce off. This time, Penelope, like Herman Farbage before her, would meet her tragic fate. Penelope screamed and screamed. Now, in the movie, it
10
is,
seconds.
she looks into the sink, it's going, launches itself at her, she screams, then it goes right into that. So that's what the novelization is like. You kind of get the point immediately that it's just going to take the movie and go insane.
Start with the little Timmy side.
All right, this is the squid scene.
I really have a soft spot for this one.
But little Timmy saw it. Not the little Timmy who'd been eaten earlier, a different little Timmy.
Oh, wait, pause. Yes, he kills the little Timmy earlier there, too.
He saw the shadow of the beast heading toward the swimmer. There's a bit in the movie where these old people are watching the tomatoes attack them. Got little Timmy. Yes, it's in the movie. It's in the first part of the book. Got a little Timmy. Yep. Ate them all up. And in the book, they realize that they're dead inside. But in the movie, it's just he saw the shadow of the beast heading toward the swimmers. He quickly looked around for a harpoon, but his catamaran was not equipped with one. Squid! He shouted. Less than 100 feet separated the giant squid from the swimmers. There was no possibility of them swimming to shore in time. Their young lives were about to be extinguished in their prime. None of them would achieve their goals. Yes, they would probably become famous for getting killed by a giant squid, but that would be little consolation as their crushed bodies bobbed along the surface of the water. The squid continued to swim toward them, so hungry, an eternal hunger that could never truly be sated. The squid, however, had not anticipated the tomatoes. Hundreds of them floated in the water. Had they been waiting for a giant squid to swim over to them? Probably not. It's impossible to say, since the minds of killer tomatoes remain a mystery. But they knew an opportunity when they saw it, or sensed it, or whatever the hell they did. And this squid looked like quite the feast. The squid saw the tomatoes and scoffed. Tomatoes, the most harmless of vegetables. The tomatoes converged, forming a barricade between the squid and its human meal. The squid scoffed again. Did the foolish beings truly believe that they could stop it? The giant squid would smash through those tomatoes like an octopus smashing through Brussels sprouts. But when it struck the tomatoes, the squid felt something it had not experienced in a long, long time. Pain. The tomatoes began to speak. The squid could not understand their language, but their underwater babbling was clearly mockery. The squid would not be mocked. It lashed out with 6 of its 10 mighty tentacles. Dozens of tomatoes split wide open upon impact, their slimy innards mixing with the salt water. The squid lashed out again with the remaining 4, sending dozens more tomatoes to their watery graves. But the other tomatoes did not flee. If anything, they floated toward the squid with renewed purpose. The squid killed more and more of them, but for every tomato it destroyed, 2 more took its place. They seemed infinite. The squid knew nothing of what constituted a reasonable number of tomatoes, but this seemed like a lot. Its tentacles lashed out with more vigor, yet this vigor was born of panic. The squid was beginning to realize that impossibly it might lose this battle. Finally, the squid tried to turn around. It would swim back to its underground kingdom and dine upon dolphins or clownfish instead. Alas, no. The tomatoes were having none of it. They surrounded the squid, babbling with maniacal intent, set on destroying this behemoth. Oh, it fought back mightily, yet no amount of tentacle thrashing could defeat the combined force of the killer tomatoes. And soon, the giant squid had used its skills to diffuse oxygen from the water into its bloodstream for the last time.
It really is laugh out loud funny. So we are at the end. Jeff, thank you so much.
Thank you.
For being our guest of honor author. We appreciate it. Thank you for doing this interview with me.
Well, thank you. I'm heading back to my table in Lakeshore briefly because I have a 1:30 screenwriting panel. Thank you for coming.
I didn't know we were gonna do this. I didn't know tomato.
Bonus, exactly. Bonus content, hashtag.
Well done, sir. Thank you.
Love your shirt.
Thank you.
Well, that is a fantastic shirt.
I wore it special. Can't bring any cheese. No fridge in my house. And then listen to that and say, we have a pound and a half of cheese tonight. And that wasn't bad. I'm sorry.
Come here, though.
Oh, you're gonna get
I'm gonna get a picture with her on the way.
Yes. But I've got free time now. Look at this handsome specimen in here.
I'm baby. The second thing only has one USB connector. Son of a shit. Alright, so anyway, one USB connector is gonna have to do. Because I don't know where I know where it is. Can you text the group and have Neff come in here?
Yeah.
If he's around, I just need him to do the green screen thing. The tech. We're sponsored by Monster. And Beast. Monster Beast.
Hey, Jeff.
What do you say?
Okay.
What'd you say?
You did it.
Okay, what you say?
I used to change it.
Okay. He's got till like 1:30. Can he make it by 1:30?
To the business costume thing?
Yeah.
Where are your other customers?
We're not started yet, but there's a weird gap because the costume contest is at the same time as this, and my entire cast for this is entered the costume contest. But we're gonna improvise and do nerd as they come in. And, no, for 1:30 we're live.
Mics are live.
Yeah, mics are live. Oh yeah,
Get a
1:30.
green screen from the shed.
It's ours. You want to borrow it?
I got my web back, so my back shed is crafting and crafting, but then it's whatever else, whatever people want to do.
Right. It's rent a shed.
I remember people are.
Yeah. By nature. And it's great. I'm rocking. Why am I rocking? Because these chairs do that.
Because you're a little oddly shaped for rolling?
I know I'm pretty good at rolling. I used to be oddly shaped for rolling, but then I had a tummy, and then now I can roll.
Not roly-poly.
I can roll down a hill, even with one leg. Ha, ha, ha.
And if I slow down, take the leg off
and use it
and
as
sail the
a
7 seas up the hill.
Hi.
Hey, come on. Hello,
Hello, baby.
love.
We got about 9 minutes.
9 minutes.
It's our show starts.
Is there a specific order?
You're over here, love.
There is no order.
Oh,
just grab them.
he's my favorite.
Yeah.
You win.
Right? I told you it was.
That is my
Maybe you're here
Oh, I'm here. Okay. Just kidding.
under the CCTV. That's us.
That's us. That is us.
Oh, Jesus, my belly.
We're not like this.
I know. That's why I'm doing real fast. I wouldn't be doing that.
Yeah.
Okay.
Right here.
Oh, this right here.
So we're gonna be, okay. So, as well as their YouTube stream and clipping the videos from it, I'm also gonna go live on Facebook.
Okay.
Okay, so it's gonna be real fluid as you guys need to dip out and do the contest. We're fine with that. I've told a lot of other people to kind of come in and help out. So anytime there is a Nerd 0.0 thing, I will emphasize that.
Okay.
And what you guys are all about. And then when you have specific time to come sit down and talk about it, then we'll do that.
Yeah.
But just, we'll be fluid.
Yeah, I'm saying with me, I don't really care about the cosplay contest, but so I can stay.
You should. Looking like that, you should.
You're not?
Huh?
You're not?
I wasn't going to, but they kind of forced me, so.
Okay, good.
Yeah.
You want to double out or you want to?
Because you could win. I mean, but I saw Jess and Courtney in it.
Yeah, I saw them too. I was like,
Holy, right?
yeah.
That's why I
You're
thought
up- you're up there.
That was amazing.
I did. I stopped by and
Oh, yeah,
talked to
that's
them all. I was like, your team.
Obsidian and oak. That's dope. That's really dope.
You want some pictures?
Black
Are you checking his weapons? Weapons check.
It's okay.
I said his weapon. I said weapon was cool, but that one.
Actually, I'm looking
Well, I
for.
have obsidian
I'm looking
stones.
for bear.
Black wall bears.
They're back at the hotel. Baby bears need naps. Okay, I need signatures from Baby Bear and I'm trying to get signatures from all that were at the cat panel. Cat maker. Yeah.
Glitch already?
Did you get it, Blake?
John.
You're Lynch.
Hope.
And they're
Who are you
Lynch.
missing? I got 3 of them. I got
You don't know the penalty.
Jay's kid. I got.
You got
Echo.
Echo's done.
That's fair. I would love to.
Nico, John.
So we put 3, right?
Jay's kid.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah, that is a week.
So you're missing
Bear,
Bear,
Nev,
Nev,
Glitch.
which,
Did you get Apollo?
Lynch is
Apollo.
Apollo. Yeah, I took it.
I'm sneaking out.
Right up your comedy.
just started.
Right?
So I'm just gonna set up that. Just be live now.
We're good.
You're drunk.
Not you.
Oh, shit. It's a whole different ballgame. Yeah. Hey, ready? Because it's not. This is gonna be for as they walk in. Hold on a minute.
Yes, on the way down.
Yeah, we'll see. No, we'll see. Thank you. Use that. We're hoping that it's watching around the That's team. Right, that's Zoom. Like CW when you're doing that. Yeah, that's the Zoom. That'll change the direction. Camera.
I know.
I get it. I get it, right?
She knows me so well. That's my religion, buddy. Hey.
Hey. Wow, that's sweet. Would you hand me one of those Oh, you can set up this. I'll get someone else to come. Go, we'll get, our posters.
What am I shutting up?
The green screen.
It's not true,
South
it's
Carolina
there.
thing.
Are they no longer in the room?
Huh?
They're not sharing a room anymore?
No,
ConCarolinas too, is that what happened with ConCarolinas too?
they're gonna share the room. I just gotta tell Sean. Sean's a bunch though.
Boy. Move over, boy.
No, that, you know when you did the ConCarolinas logo?
Yeah, that was up there.
That camera?
Yeah, that was.
Yeah. Okay, so we're gonna exit the green screen.
No, I mean, you can still do it, because we can still take the.
Okay,
you can
so
do it close. Because
record.
with the green, yeah, you can record it. In post. It should be close.
Okay, and then we'll just go back and do the green screen.
Yeah.
Okay, how about it?
Post-production.
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 All right, hey, everybody. Let me just get this on real quick. We got 2 minutes, so. But I'm gonna go live anyway, because that's what we do.
Like printed? No, it's right on. I have yours. They had it in the wrong spot. They didn't have the other VSD.
Is it not printed?
There is a printed.
It's the printed one, just so that you can have it.
Yes.
Hi, everybody. Everybody in Facebook land. This is our panel for Nerd.0 cosplay.
What's up?
We're just talking live. We haven't actually started the panel yet. We're about a minute out.
Yes.
Yeah. VSBN, wait, the VSBN can yes. It happens.
Hey, that's
true. Facts, right? Hey, look at that. All right, so I'm gonna switch my camera around now, and we're gonna get some outer visions. All right, so still got about a minute left.
What we got going on here? We got another wonderful panel.
I mean, first of all, that's the audience right there. Thank you. You are being broadcast live, but we're gonna do that.
These guys,
You guys look awesome.
Darn.
All right. Well, we're gonna start it right now. I'm Bronner from ConCarolinas Television,
And I am Ray from ConCarolinas Television.
and we've done over 70 episodes since we took over in the last few years. So it's crazy good, and we have a lot of support from a lot of great people, and this is one of the best conventions. So as I was building our fan base, or our just our outreach and trying to get with other people and other groups and other fans, I came across this group of cosplayers on Facebook. They're Nerd.0, and we have an example of them on the show today. And I'm not blocking anybody except for that. I'm sorry about that. But you can kind of go like this. But okay, so we'll go down. We'll start at the very end. Just introduce yourself.
My name is Ty, also known as Black Viking Reacts on TikTok, and I am CEO for Psycho Image Films in collaboration with Nerd.0.
Awesome.
Excellent. And next we have.
Hi, I'm
The famous.
Yeah.
These favorites.
Don't do that.
I heard of you first, girl. Come on.
Yeah.
I'm just me. But
Yeah.
I'm a cosplayer, nerdcore rapper, and just nerdcore is my group right now.
Yeah. I don't blame you. Awesome group. And we got now a very timid Kratos.
I'm Jamal. They call me 6 Kage 6. Instagram, all that stuff. I'm the CEO of Nerd.0. So, yeah. And also,
And super cool with human being.
I'm alright.
No, super cool.
I'm a father.
It's epic. Some of the stuff he posts
Oh
about the fam. It's awesome. But we are here today to kind of just show off the elegance and imagination and pageantry.
Your inspiration from.
Oh,
Your inspiration from.
oh.
She's like that.
She's my imagination.
Like, sometimes I just come up, like when it comes to skits and stuff, it's just mostly like random things, like just mostly that's okay, that would be a video, then I can skit about it. Or if it's something that I watch, you know, in an anime or a cartoon or something like that, and I'm like, I'm gonna reenact that scene with me in cosplay, I'll do that too. Or if it's something with like email, I definitely need to cosplay this character, and that's pretty much how I get inspiration.
And did you start like drama in school and that kind of stuff? I mean, were you what do they call it?
Theater.
Lesbian, theater, Greek, that kind of thing?
Oh no, I didn't have any special training. I just kind of grew up bored.
Okay.
So,
Alright.
when you're pretty much, I mean, I have other siblings, but I grew up as an only child because everybody else is older than like way older than me.
Oh, okay.
So when you grow up living as an only child, you have to learn to use your imagination and entertain yourself.
Right.
So yeah, I used to always love dressing up and I always had a big imagination. So pretty much as I got older, that didn't really change.
Right.
So when I found out about cosplay, then I was like, okay, yeah, boom, this is what I want to do.
Pretty awesome. Okay. And Jamal, what about you? Where do you like just draw the inspiration? Other than from one of the best games ever made.
Of all time.
Of all time.
Yeah.
I second that.
Yeah.
That's my game.
With me, I just I've always been a nerd since I can remember anything. When it comes to gaming, I was watching stuff on VHS, so I was watching anime at a young age. So I always loved Halloween, and that's always been like I've always waited every year for Halloween, whether I was wearing a box or an amazing cosplay or costume at the time.
Right.
And I actually found out about cosplay a couple years ago by accident. I was at a convention and I came downstairs and I saw people dressed like this. And I was like, what is this? And I fell in love and I asked people what this was and they was like cosplay and they told me about it. And I was like, this is my new life now.
Yeah.
This is everything I've been waiting for. So I've ever since then, I just wanted to be a cosplayer. And of course, my daughters love everything I love and I want them to be a part. And just to show them that, you know, you can still be grown and have fun and enjoy the things that you enjoy as a kid.
Let your imagination run wild.
Yeah, and that's what I'm saying. It's okay to have fun and enjoy life, and I want to give them that safe place to do it and just make sure there's no such thing as weird. Everybody's weird. It's just what's your level of weird.
Right.
So, yeah.
Okay, so cosplayers, I mean, they're notoriously famous for being very crafty, very artistic. How much of what you have is what you've created? I'm talking about sculpted, manufactured, sewn, whatever.
Because everybody's got their different levels.
Yeah.
As opposed to
like there's some that
store-bought.
are all
Yeah.
homemade.
I know with me personally, I love to build. Like I love like foam craft. That's like my gift. I was art student, so I changed it to psychology. But like I love building with foam, and I can't sew nothing. But hot glue saved my life.
Giving up the hot
Hot glue
glue.
made me the man I am today. If I couldn't sew it, I'm gonna hot glue it together and make it look nice. But as far as like crafting, I can build quick and easy. And then when I met this beautiful young lady right here, she was so out of this world. So we kind of just
The
put our
combination.
yeah, she's just in there
Yeah.
just working it. So when we put our stuff together, like I build for her and she sews for me and we just like have that perfect combination. So
And then to add to that element in that combination, over on the end there, filmmaking.
Oh,
I
yeah.
mean, breathtaking filmmaking. In fact, I'm gonna pitch him on our short film
Oh,
that
yeah.
we're making. So I'm gonna make him part of that because I've seen
You
what
mean
he
this
does. Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah, hold that up.
This one here.
So we came up with a movie. We had a show. It was called Build the Scare, where the panel actually went through and had a concept
and a story.
We
And
brainstormed it.
we totally worked it all out. An artist that happened to be on the stream or listening in the chat said, "Hey, let me make the movie poster for you." So I saw the movie poster, and it's got ConCarolinas on it, and you can buy them out there at
And it's
SC
signed.
Horror, and they'll sign it for you and whatnot. But it's a cool concept, and we'll talk about the concept. And
It
you're gonna be
started
behind
as just getting bored, and now he really wants to do this. I'm
Yeah,
like,
so it's inspired me, and we're gonna do like a 20-minute movie, and it's going to debut next year at our film festival here at ConCarolinas. So I'm very excited, and if we're gonna have ConCarolinas people starring in it, producing in it, doing the sound for it, filming it. I mean, all kinds of
I think
people
we're
that
gonna need a costume.
are
for it, too.
related for this. To this will be ConCarolina family, and extended families, because there's some professional things that we need to do. Like we're not printers, so we can't print posters. But yeah, so we're gonna have hopefully them involved in it because it's an awesome thing to do.
So since we're at a convention, talk to me about your guys' convention experience. Because conventions to me, like when I did my first convention, I went, oh my goodness, there are people like me out there. Like they're geeky too. So do you got a lot of experience with that? Are y'all just breaking into it? What do we got going on for
I mean,
conventions?
I just started cons. So like I started right when I met.
But it's awesome, right?
Yeah, it's
Yeah.
Definitely. I see a lot of cosplayers that have unique costumes.
Mm-hmm. And gives you ideas, right?
Yeah, absolutely. Especially for films, yeah.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah, inspiration for sure.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, I've always loved the con scene. I went to my first con about 3 years ago, and it was a very small con. It was in South Carolina, very very tiny, but that was like a great break in to the whole con scene. Of course, I brought my son, and we were dancing with hours my gosh. And like, you just had my daughter. Anyways.
Right, busted.
Yeah, so we had a good time then. So after that, when I got invited to go up to a big con, I was like, yes, this is my element. Like, cause like so many people, like they look like me and they act like me and they're weird like me, like you just feel at home when you're at like cons and see other people who enjoy something that you enjoy. So yeah, and so the con team is very, especially when you have the right con with the right people in your circle. It makes
It feels like a safe space.
Yeah, absolutely.
Oh, what's the name
What's the name of the movie?
It feels like a safe space.
There you go.
Great plug.
All right, so what I want to have happen now is I want each of you to just get in front of the green screen as we cycle in another 3 of you guys. And I want you to just use, some magic pose and that kind of stuff. And it's going to happen, and we've got a really creative crew that'll clip it and make it really kind of cool. So as you exit, stop the green screen, do your little
Give us
pose.
your best pose.
And and I want to thank these 3, and especially Jamal, because Jamal is the one that
Made it happen.
Yeah.
we kind of connected, and that makes it special.
I just bring people together and I let them be great.
Oh Jesus!
Just have them introduce person and everybody just
We're all his flock. We're all your flock.
The panelists run around and watches.
Right.
do a bird seed every once in a while.
All right, so let's start.
Go ahead and lead us off.
Yeah, lead us off. And afro, you got to move the afro.
Oh, we gotta do it.
I'm sorry, it's too fabulous.
Just
Hey,
move
hey.
that a little bit.
Too fabulous to contain.
It is.
I did.
Love it. I am living.
Very good, very good.
Okay. All right.
Who the Afro girl?
Yeah, I don't have my bow, so okay. Should I keep this one?
Yeah, we could clip it. I mean, oh yeah, you keep it on.
Okay, so I'll just do a little.
Strike.
Yes. The camera cannot contain that.
Right?
Okay.
She broke it.
Then she won.
I love you all equally, but Kratos is my dude.
We did what she did.
Oh, right. Great
I think we need a Kratos Spears pose.
Yeah,
I think so.
Like that?
No. I need you to do her pose.
Oh.
Yeah.
I just want to hear what you go like, boy. Hey!
I just said that to my son all day.
You guys are awesome. So if you can send some other people.
Another victim. I mean, volunteer.
Great job.
You guys are amazing.
Thank you guys so much. We appreciate
Thank you.
it.
Hey, Jerry Point. Oh, assemble!
I've been so excited to have them here.
Yeah, it's
Like leading up to it has been amazing. And getting them like close by and everybody I stopped at registration, like don't forget to check them out. They're fantastic.
yeah.
Absolutely fantastic. Are we live?
Oh, sorry. Yeah, let's
Let's
light the empty room.
hey, everybody look.
All right.
How was that? That was
I mean,
fun.
that's some amazing cosplays. But you know what? Let's put little Miko on the spot right now.
Hi.
Hold on a second. Let me
Hey.
flip you around and zoom. Can I zoom on this? All right.
We got some
Oh,
fabulous.
stretch your stuff. You
Fabulous.
come on down. Sit down.
Alright. There's some adorable stuff coming.
Yeah, come on in. Sit down. File in. Yeah. Come on.
Come on up, girl. Come on up.
And come close, and we can get you all in the side. I'm now looking at you.
Hey, Mark.
All right, let me angle this the right way
I
now.
love it.
All right. So this is oh, wrong way. Sorry, Facebook. I am old and technologically.
Here come the excuses.
Yeah, right. Wait. I'm
Right.
whispering. All right, now whispering. All right. Well, welcome back, everybody. I know that we were out for a second, but now we have,
Intermission's over.
the assembly of Nerd.0, point 2. So, hi guys. Look how amazing. I mean, do they bring it or do they bring it? This room is amazing. It's already been broke.
They come to
Right.
win.
They did come to win. I'm making a bold prediction right now. Nobody else is in here. Right. None of my other cosplaying friends are in here. Yeah, I think one of y'all are gonna win. So I'm not a judge. I'm not on the panel. There is. I think that Courtney Mulvini, and Jess are amazing out there. But as a collective, as a group, as an assembled, just
Unit.
amazing unit.
Maybe we need to start these cons having some group competitions.
I just
Let's put that in the suggestion box.
Hey, somebody got started.
It's captured on film. So
She heard it here first.
I'm on the committee, so I will pitch that, and I might take it, and
Take credit.
like take credit for it.
If you can make it happen, hey, we got the video approved.
All you gotta do is hit rewind, and I'm busted.
So who do we have in now?
Yeah.
Let's start at the end.
At the very
Lady in
end.
pink. Hi.
I'm Toadette from Mario Kart.
Love it. Next in line.
And I'm part of Nerd.0. Sorry, I'm so sorry. I'm the unofficial secretary.
All right.
Her name is Heather.
Heather.
My name is DB. I am administrator of Nerd.0, and I am also a representative of Psycho Image Films. I am a stunt coordinator, action stunt performer, and campaign manager for Psycho Image Films.
Yeah, we're gonna use and abuse you guys.
And we're here for
That's called partnership.
Are you partnership? Collab.
Is that what you want to
Scratch
call
my
it?
back, I scratch my back.
I don't scratch anybody's back, but that's what my wife does.
Alright, and I am Kane. I'm also an admin of the Nerd.0 group, so welcome to that. And I'm also a stunt man for Psycho Image Films, you know, so I'm in there, you know, little action films, check us out. So, and like I said, we're just about being better, you know, that's it, that's me.
That sounds like it's almost a theme.
Yeah,
right?
It's Nerd.0 thing. Be the best version of
Be
yourself.
the best version of yourself.
That's what I keep hearing.
Always. Everybody out there listening, always be the best version of yourself.
You know, that does a lot. I mean, body positivity. I mean, just everything.
Mental health.
Right. I mean, it does. I mean, it's an expression, right?
Yeah.
And it helps you deal with all of the crap that we're going through in life.
Yeah.
And you know, if you can break away and be the best version of you or whoever you want to be,
Exactly.
that's awesome.
So I have a question because I've been told from congoers and cosplayers before that they feel like when they come to a con that they're their real selves. That outside of a con they are in costume, but when they come they are their real selves. You guys feel the same way?
Well, it's a yes and a no, because that's actually what we try to focus on in Nerd.0 is being more of ourselves outside of the cons.
Okay.
So we have actually done events where we just dressed up and walked and went to the town and just mixed and mingled
I love
with
that.
the crowd of people.
Just
We did the old
outside of-
folks night where we just dressed up as old people.
people.
And when I say back it up, I don't know about the girls, they were being a little stiff, but us fellas out there, you know, we was out there. It was getting crowded.
Shots fired. Shots fired.
They on like.
You know, I don't cosplay, but can I hang out with you?
Yeah.
That's what we here for. We're all things nerd.
No, you know what?
If you pay,
No
come
just
pay.
against Jamal, but I think I would make a better creative.
And we over there, hey, battle of Kratos. Let's make it happen.
I might have, you know, eaten
I tell you
most of
what,
the population of the Greece or.
I think he still got some of that body paint left over. We can go get you right, and we can see what you do.
I would love to see that happen. We might have to do, you know, when we do our regular show on Thursday nights at 7:30 on the BSBN network, ConCarolinas television, we might have to do maybe a Bronner makeover. I'm so excited.
And like, you excited, now we excited.
Okay, now I'm not so excited.
I'm scared. You want to go ahead and set the date for that?
You're all right.
Yes.
It's already out there. It's already out there. Right.
I'm in charge, so I do it anyway.
Yeah.
Perfect. So you talk to me then, because I'm in charge of the calendar.
Yeah, okay. So
I don't read them. She just tell me what's on it.
Exactly.
you just tell me what to do and I'll do it.
I know how they
Oh
go.
my God. So talk to me about
Right.
time.
Oh boy.
Are you spending like hours of your life? Are we putting, you know,
I am
Oh,
fully 100% dedicated to this.
100%?
To,
So like all the
I
time you are
move-
crafting,
I
creating.
move according to
Absolutely.
my nerd culture.
Absolutely. Love
Like
that.
every
100%.
aspect.
We always trying to figure something out. We always on to the next cosplay. Even when we got one started already, we always thinking about the next one. Calling them like, hey, you trying to do this? You trying to do like we always it's always the next step. The next
Y'all
step, the next
instigating each
step.
other.
If we not
I love
cosplay,
it.
if we not cosplay and we're arguing over anime characters,
Trying to make it about not knowing.
You know, like
And when we're done arguing over anime characters, we say put up or shut up, and we pick up the sticks. And now you gotta catch a round at Tekken or Street Fighter or One Piece Burning Blood. Now somebody got to bleed for real.
Okay. So all you guys really have to do to know all of this without us telling you is go onto the Facebook and join or follow the group. Because there's a Nerd.0 group, right? So that's how I found y'all. And TikTok and Instagram. I've seen a lot of Instagram stuff. I mean, you guys are saturating the market, and that's what it's gonna make y'all famous. I'm telling you. I mean, it might not be like fame in the traditional sense, but it's gonna be fame in
I'm telling you, we're about to invent a new class of fame. The thing that we're bringing is something that's never seen before.
That's what I was gonna
never been done. We are
articulating.
We are elevating. And we want to bring on more members to help elevate our traditions, our culture. Hey, we a family.
I see it.
Except Pete.
That's the secretary.
We just let her sit there.
Why are they stepping on you?
Get off her. It's all
handle that. I mean, traditional stuff is out the door. I mean, let's just face it.
Yeah.
It's a new dawn. It's a new day, and you guys are bringing it the Nerd.0 way.
Bring the change.
I just made that up.
Write that down.
You heard it here first.
Such a big
Yeah. Like bigger. Right.
Bigger head.
All right. So what we want to. Okay, you got a question?
No, I was gonna see the model walk.
Okay.
I want to see some poses.
So we want you to get in front of the green screen one at a time, and you pose in front of the green screen,
Okay.
and give us your best, whatever your cosplay is pose.
Give it to me.
If you want to be a ninja, that's fine, because Kratos was a supermodel. So go for
Clearly first.
We gotta get the mushroom head out of the way, out of the shot anyway.
I'm not a mushroom head.
Do it, girl.
Yes!
Cycle is the next one.
He's gonna show off real quick.
What we got?
He's been practicing.
You gonna start talking.
Right.
Oh wow!
Ichigo! Kurosake!
Bring it in.
I was intimidated.
He's okay,
Right?
especially this guy.
Uh-oh.
What's in that gore?
What's in the gore?
Right.
Yeah, right.
Love it.
Oh my god. Yeah! All right, so
That is fantastic.
you guys are amazing, of course, and I want to thank you guys from the bottom of my heart. I know you guys are
We
in your costume
having
contest.
us. This is a blast.
So, and I'm definitely going to have you back on the show. It's going to be like, I don't care if you have, 50 of the Nerd.0 finalists. We'll find a way
Tell
to
them
make
you
it.
lying. Don't threaten us with a good time.
Right? and we'll bring in, and we're gonna just take over the world. Let's do this.
We literally run on pizza and Sprite. That's all we need.
Oh yeah.
Really? All right, here. Let me see that. All right, so at this point, I'm going to present this poster to Nerd.0. It's signed by the artist, and So
that is so. You guys weren't here for the explanation. We did an episode where we kind of sat down in the panel on CCTV, just brainstormed kind of a horror, scary movie type thing, and the artist was kind of on board for it. And so the plan is we're going to partner with you guys and your film crew and try to get this together and present it at next year's ConCarolinas Film Festival.
Right.
Okay.
we have several people that really want to put their name and stamp on it. I know that Graveyard Boulevard, which is kind of like a horror punk band, wants to do some of the soundtrack for it.
Yeah.
So
All I gotta say is, I'm ready for my close up, Mr.
All right, so I want to thank you guys for being on the panel, and we're going to see you real soon.
Oh yeah,
I promise that.
definite.
All right, so if you guys have someone else you want to change out onto the
Let's
panel,
get everybody
let's
on
do
board.
it.
Let's get everybody.
Come on down.
Just, you have the
Go ahead, the rebellion.
Oh yeah, I know what's going on now. Look at. I mean, this is truly nerd porn now. Look at this. This takes me back. This takes me back.
I just want to say, like, I know this is CCTV, and I know we're semi-PG, but they don't half-ass anything.
Right.
And that is fabulous. I love it.
Right? I mean, we can't even drop F-bombs, right?
There's nobody.
There ain't nobody. I mean, you have to have a disclaimer. You know what? I'm about to drop an F-bomb.
That's not the bomb.
All right, so let me make sure we're in frame. Oh wait, shit. I mean, sorry. Facebook, I'm sorry. Don't put me in the dungeon. All right, so this is the next rendition of Nerd.0. Wow. Could there be a better cosplay group? I mean, come on. Let's be serious.
But wait, there's more.
Is it Julian?
Yes.
All right, so what have we got? We're going to start at the end because we know what you are.
Well, I'm Elijah Morrison. I'm new to the group. These are a group of a lot of fun people, man. I had a lot of fun experiences with the photo shoots and getting beat in one piece and also beating some people in second. No big deal. Today I'm Ryu. And
Love it.
So who are you cosplaying?
Ryu from Street Fighter.
Street Fighter, of course, right?
Hadouken.
How was that pronounced? That doesn't sound.
Hadouken, excuse me. When somebody sees
I
you,
need
you
the
should
force.
That's how you say it.
No, you gotta say
I play the game, but that's like he goes Hadouken.
That's the game version.
What does he really say?
Talk to my discipline.
That's what he really say.
We don't know. I mean, really.
You know what? We'll get it
Because we don't speak Japanese.
Right.
If we all had, fluent, in Japanese, we might know.
You know.
All right.
All right, I'm Mark.
Yay.
I'm Mark. I'm an admin for Nerd.0. Nominated that cause on Instagram, TikTok, all of that.
All of it.
All of it.
I'm pretty much probably the quiet one of the group.
No.
Quiet.
The quiet one that dominates in a
Is
lot
he
of
quiet?
pictures on.
Is he really quiet? No, see?
He's a storyteller.
Just with his actions, he's telling a story sometimes. And that seems to be kind of a common theme with you guys. You guys tell a story through your actions, even through your photos. Like even when you went to the Marvel thing, right? I mean, you just tell a story. You make people want to be involved or part of that, or at least say, "Hey, I want to do that," even if they're in Wyoming. You know what I mean? So it's great. It's good on you
Good
for
outreach.
doing that kind of
Good
stuff.
outreach.
Yeah.
All right, and the beautiful
Hi.
lady back here.
Hi, I am Jay Rochelle. I am the second half of Cycle Image Films, actually.
The better half?
The better half.
The better
I got you. Well, I'm the one that kind of, he has all the ideas, so I'm kind of the one that helps him keep organized. And,
Same.
do, be the other half of it. And then, when he's not filming, when he wants to be on camera, I might be the one on the cameras.
Right.
But and I'm also a member of Nerd.0, which is a cosplay group that I just joined last year. I think our 1 year anniversary is in a few weeks, right? At Heroes Time. So that's the first time I met everybody for the first time. Me and Black Viking, and
He was
it's-
just on. Yeah.
and then from that point on, it's just been amazing. Just a family, a community, a safe space. I love it. And I'm still new to the cosplay, so my character is an original character created by Black Viking. He has an A1 character, and I'm A2. So in his world, the cycleverse, right? Me and him are kind of like the mad scientist that kind of brings all his multiverses together.
Yeah, we saw a yesterday.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, he was cosplaying.
Yeah, he was.
Yeah.
So,
All right, so I heard anniversary. I know you guys got something planned.
we have not discussed any of that. If there's anything planned.
Okay, now we know what something's gonna happen.
Now we have something planned.
Something's gonna happen, Facebook. Watch out.
We as a group just celebrated our 2-year anniversary.
Oh, yeah.
A couple weeks ago. So.
Oh, yeah, that's right.
So it's been going strong.
All right, so you've got this beautiful thing sitting on the table there. If everyone can see it, if not, hold it up.
Hold it up. Let's look at that.
How long did it take you to craft that?
Actually, I didn't make this one.
Yeah.
I had a friend of mine make it for me.
Who made it?
Christopher Archer.
Christopher Archer. I just want to plug him because I think it's awesome.
Yeah. Amazing. The work that goes into it.
It works too.
Yeah, it lights up. I just have to do something on battery.
Okay, so somebody get a battery pack.
I do have a couple of my props that I made at the table today. So.
All right, so yeah, I mean, we're going for another 25 minutes or so. So if you want to bring a couple of things, I know that someone bought a Ninja Turtle head yesterday.
Oh, yeah.
Somebody bought it?
Yeah, someone bought it. And I was like, what?
We were all low key little heartbroken because we kind of bonded with it at the table.
I didn't even know it was for sale. I would outbid that.
You know, the guys came in, no questions. Like, you know, we're just like, okay. We was all kind of shocked. Kind of hurt. Like, hey,
Yeah,
like a piece of the family.
I just started stacking stuff up and saying, okay, here for sale. Here it is.
The businessman over here.
But yeah, so we'll have you bring, Mark, we'll have you bring some of your stuff in here to show off. So yeah, what we want to happen right now is starting with Ryu. We're gonna put you in front of the green screen and give us whatever you want to give us. Okay. Give it to us.
Give it to y'all.
I mean, let's keep it PG-13, but give it to us.
Right.
How do?
Whoa! He's got moves. Amazing.
That's one time give us the Hadouken we really want.
Just a little taste. Please.
Give us the Hadouken
You like the other
we
one?
really want. Huh? The real one.
Hadouken! All right. We'll explain this and then we'll go ahead and do your green screen.
All right.
He said explain. He did it better.
It's a whatever.
He's excited.
I think work, so.
Man, it's my dream to be like you. I'm just saying.
That was awesome.
Never forget.
That was my favorite.
All right, and what we'll do is have Boldy up there with her in the middle with that after she's done with her pose.
Okay, because I'm also the resident versus girl.
Yeah.
I don't know if
I like
that's,
it.
you know, so.
Fight.
Round 2.
Did you want to explain that?
Yeah, go ahead and do that.
It's just
It's not just, you built that.
Right.
Yes.
EVA foam.
EVA.
All EVA. Just handmade, painted, USA chip. And my heavy infantry Mando helmet.
Yes.
That I'm working on the Mando. I'm halfway done.
Wow.
To go.
So how long did just the helmet take?
A week.
That's investment.
That's
That
very
is a passion. When you invest that is passion.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
And that's huge. Mando World is huge right now. And so, I mean, some of it, they think they're taking over, but
Don't let anybody. buy
I'm
that
just
one.
saying, unless it's a video game, it's not taking over, in my opinion. So, all right. Beautiful job, by the way, Mark. So,
Absolutely. All right, let's get this lovely
Let's-
lady up
let's
there.
go.
Let's get this lovely.
let's celebrate that anniversary. Come on.
I know, right?
So this is an original.
Yes. So I'm kind of a mad scientist, but I'm kind of like a little psycho. That's what the heart eye side is. Love everything. Like a little obsessive.
I heard that. I heard
Just a
that.
little obsessive.
Sounds a little like Lois and I.
You know?
All right.
So
So
it was gonna be kind of cutesy.
that's good. All right, one of you on each side of her with the versus sign in the middle, and then we can get another crew in. Oh, okay.
Oh,
Right.
I see. Got the big guns. Round two. Right.
That's amazing.
Yes.
Yes. Thank you guys. You guys are awesome.
Yes.
Amazing. Cosplay is like, okay, now I'm getting hyped. You know, the most I cosplay is like putting on lipstick every now and again.
It's a kind of cosplay.
You know, you can always put lipstick on a cow and make it beautiful. But you inspire. Nerd.0 inspires.
Like 87.
Right? So if we have a next group, do we have another group?
They're probably over there winning the costume contest, if we're honest.
That's what I'm saying.
All over there winning that costume contest.
I've been back and forth.
Did they call your name?
I already did my.
You did
walk?
your
Did
catwalk?
I guess you're supposed to tell you, but.
Well, come on up here and get interviewed. How about that?
Like 60 seconds of your time, because I know they may call you.
Uh-oh, check it.
Oh, look at that. That's gorgeous.
Dun, dun, dun.
Oh, it's so
Miko, you want to
fantastic.
jump up
Yes.
here for a minute?
No, that's all her friend.
You're supporting the Nerd.0 way?
Yes, because I love their point of. They're amazing.
I agree, you know, and fun and loving and beautiful individuals. Okay, let me get you set up for Facebook
All
Live.
right, wonderful. So down at the end, who do we got here with us?
I was just giving my wonderful name, but I am Lady Moon. I can pop up in any era at any time. So what you see now may not what you see later.
I'm a little scared, I'm not gonna lie.
I'm all for this.
She's a little, you know, down, more down. Wait, not that way. I didn't mean to offend anybody. I'm being canceled. All right. Hi, don't be nervous because we're all family.
He's just special. It's okay. You can, you don't have to. Please do, because it's gorgeous.
Yes, it is. Stunning.
I am Blackberry,
Woo!
but I'm new to the group. I'm T. So,
How new to the group are you?
when did I join? Probably like either this year or last year.
You gotta tell you.
So you've done some events with them.
Yeah, just.
Do you make your own place?
Well, I made this. This is wood. I had sanded it and then spray painted it and stuff.
Mm-hmm.
And then I bought all this. I got the jacket.
Right.
I got the jacket. It's
But
shirts.
you really, I mean, probably every cosplayer started that way.
Yeah.
And then they got the feedback.
I'm still doing it.
You know, even if you just take a walk through our dealer rooms, you're gonna catch something that says, hey, that's gonna be part of my costume or something. Something's gonna inspire you because you're always looking to be inspired, right? So I don't mind people buying stuff because the progression just leads to better things and better things. And more
it's just more stuff in
creativity.
your repertoire. You just gotta add that,
Right.
more stuff.
More stuff that comes out of you internally, and you're able to bring out, and I think that's a beautiful thing. So
It's not just about what you make or what you buy, it's what you put together, what you present.
Oh, yes.
You creating what That is your representation. You put that out there. Own it. And who do you have here?
I did Lieutenant Commander Data, Star Trek.
Data.
Data's
number one.
Yes, he is a precious being.
Trying to tap into them emotions.
Don't. I've been with Nerd Point oh for two and a half. Okay,
Yeah.
5.
Just like that, right?
And I met them at Con, and this is the second backing of this one. I have 4 Star Trek cosplays. It's Star Trek. It's Star Trek. Yeah, no Star Wars cosplay. Where was she for that episode?
She's like, where's my phaser? I'm gonna hit the Mandalorian.
Just triple.
Just triple. She's sneaky. Uh-oh.
They've been teaching me how to because I have social anxiety, so cosplaying and cons and stuff.
I love that.
And I'm still struggling with the cosplay. They can always freeze up like a deer in headlights, but they're working with me on how.
Killing it, right?
Yes.
Absolutely killed it.
I think that's one of the most impressive and the best things that I love about you guys is just the support and just the team atmosphere and environment, just that whole family thing, and everybody's leaning on each other and just supporting each other and raising each other up, and I love that about you guys. Like it comes
just a
through
bunch
in
of
everything.
we finally got to do what we wanted to do as kids, and that was play dress up
and be able to afford it.
I know.
Looks like a 17-year-old boy's
I know for me, this has definitely been a liberating type of thing because one, even coming to cons, I didn't even know this stuff existed. And my brother stumbling across you guys opened up a whole new world for me. But what I'm loving is body shape, color.
Say
it.
Yes.
None of that matters. Oh my God, you can stop and be like, you killing it. I have no idea what's going on with the rest, but the fact you bring out your best, it allows you to just be you, because I'm very self-conscious about my body shape on certain things, and I can be, oh my God.
Yeah.
I go back and look at the pictures that we take at our photo shoot. I'm like, man, my girl look kind of, she look like she about to do. But then what I realized is that when we post them and when people see the videos that we shoot, they're not looking at the stuff that I'm worried about.
Right. They
literally are like, you killed that character.
Yeah.
I'm looking like, oh, y'all just don't know how much confidence you just gave me. So it's a character builder, a confidence builder. And it definitely makes you step out of your shell. All the way
It's
out of
fun.
your shell. It is, because we've been kids.
You are, and it's nice and refreshing to know that you can make that jump, that you can take that step, and with confidence. And when, I don't know, I got the chills, Mark. You give me chills. Now, when she said that she had some social anxiety, and she kind of got a little withdrawn, and
Small.
yo, you're killing it though. And I'm like, I got chills. And I'm like, oh my God.
That's
That was great.
Watch her films.
We all together.
Yeah,
She's a troublemaker in them films.
Come
Okay,
on.
so if you have not seen
I'm a curious
Horrible. She is the biggest troublemaker in horrible. She's the biggest troublemaker.
I'm gonna get that one.
Yeah.
So what we want to do now is we want to get you lined up each in front of the green screen. Give us a fierceness. Give us what you want to give us, and we're gonna
Let
turn
it
it into
out.
something popping.
Release the characters.
Yeah.
Let me see.
That is bad, because you got my weapons.
Uh-oh. I'll go first.
Grab the weapon. Grab the weapon.
You can do some damage with a fan, though. I'm just saying.
I know. Ask Katana. Ask Katana about that.
That's
That's what spicy did.
It's spicy.
Yeah. Okay.
I'm like, yeah,
What you might get. At any point.
All right.
All right. Here we go, Black Canary.
Black Canary. Let's go, T. Here we go.
All right,
Just give us some stuff. Beat him with the stick.
Let it flow.
Beat him with the stick.
Let's make sure.
Oh,
It is all the vocals. I'm gonna scream today.
Great job, everybody.
amazing job.
Amazing job. Absolutely. It's been fantastic hanging out with you guys over the weekend. This so
Oh, wow.
Oh.
Hi, Facebook. That's my wife, and she's hot. All right, so we're done with you, Facebook. So peace, Nerd Point
Love
Out.
you guys.
Go check them out.
Thank you guys for the opportunity.
Thank you.
Wait, we're not done with the show though. We got like
15,
10
20,
minutes,
13 minutes left.
10 minutes, but I just wanted to be done with Facebook. Yeah.
Oh
no.
Come on, say it. Say it.
Say it.
Say it. Say it. Say it. Say it.
Do we need more?
We all stepping out of our shells today.
Yes.
Come on.
I said go see. Go sit with. I
That's
said
the
you
trend.
come up here. You come up here too.
All right, let's talk support there. All right.
Yeah, come on, Mark.
Hey,
Yeah.
I'm so much for support.
Yeah.
We got you.
You got
Yeah, they're not shy at all. They're like, let me get there. Come on.
I want a weapon too. Oh, you bring a weapon too? All right.
There we go. I got some weapons.
All right.
I'm the emotional support.
All right.
That's what I said. I'm the emotional support.
All right. So, who are you? What part do you play?
So I am part of Nerd Point and I'm Cedric Miller. So, I just come. Sometimes I do photography a little bit. Sometimes I do the photos. And sometimes I help with the videos, just a little bit.
How long have you been part of the group? Ooh,
It's
okay.
been, so
You
I
are
was introduced to Nerd Point at Ichiban.
Ichiban.
Yeah, and so that was about 2 years ago. And so then from then on, we just been hanging out. Kind of what Doobie was saying earlier, we get a lot of arguments about anime, which anime is the best.
Which anime is this?
Don't say it. Don't you say it.
You know it's gonna come, man. You know it's gonna say it. I'm gonna say it. It's also
Take a sword out.
you know what? It's gonna be very one thing. So I do have a lot of other animes I watch. I'm going back and watching Sensei right now. So but my favorite anime is Dragon Ball Z.
No, Food Wars, baby. Food
Oh,
Wars.
no.
Yes. Food Wars, baby.
I'm gonna take it. That's the Roman Warriors.
I'm saying, so Roman and Kitchen. What you want for Roman Kitchen? What you want?
So it's
nothing.
It's
not OG though.
It is OG, and it's really what made it so great for me is I grew up watching it.
Yeah.
Me and my brother grew up watching it. It's
personal.
It's
he
part of
knows
your
it's not the
life.
best, but it means a lot to him.
Right, I was gonna say
No. See, I don't even say it's wrong because we do know it's the best. The Bucks man was gonna end it all.
So go through the spirit ball.
But if our admin was up here in Doobie, he would be talking about One Piece.
Oh,
And
no.
we all know about One Piece and their fillers.
He's
We're not
still
gonna go
talking
there.
about
There you go. You know, let's not go the whole cake out.
Oh, wow. What do you got for this? I mean, what is that?
What is that?
Yeah.
That's a turtle wing.
Okay, but there's an Aruskata, right?
You talking about Hadouken?
No. I'm talking about the Dragon Ball Z versus Street Fighter. I want to see that.
Oh, not Kamehameha.
Kamehameha versus Aruskata.
Yeah, I mean,
no.
Yeah, right.
He's a mom.
Listen, we love this little
15 episodes.
You know what? Hey,
Slow build up.
you know what? We actually did a little bit of a practice run on that with Jump Force the other night. So
Okay, you won a little bit.
Well, it's nice of you to, succeed. So that was very nice of you.
Yeah.
That's true.
So Dragon Ball Z rules.
Well, Dragon Ball Z would definitely. I mean, anybody.
Let's just hear you say Dragon Ball Z rules.
I think that might be poisonous.
I think somebody might be biased.
Are you
That's all I'm
breaking
saying.
out?
I think if I lie, my nose might. I don't know.
I only support it because my son's right your age, and he grew up on it. So that's
no, and as you can see, I mean, I do watch other animes like Demon Slayer, and I love other animes, but
That's just it.
Yeah, Dragon Ball Z.
Okay, so this is off cosplay, but I know you get a lot of cosplay inspiration from anime. But what makes anime so popular? I mean, I don't personally get it. I'm a Bugs Bunny kind of guy.
For me, it's the story.
Yes,
So,
it is. The emotion.
Yes, the emotion.
That's what
But it's
I'm not going to put
different.
my brother-in-law on blast right now, but okay,
But
so
you are.
yeah, so he comes out and he's like, man, I cried 3 times.
Yeah.
I can't
But see, you have to listen to it. To me, it's best in their language.
Uh-huh.
Yes, it is in ours. And as crazy as it is, I started watching anime only because I wanted my kids to learn how to read.
Oh wow!
So back in the day, they told you to put the captions on the TV because your kids will read first and then watch. So when you look at anime, you're invested because you're looking like, why do you do that? Right there. Like you become the character that you want to beat up, or the character you want to save. And when some, oh my God, especially in One Piece.
Hey, I think I just started One Piece and then I didn't see it already.
No, but
So Elijah just started One Piece.
I did.
But-
I just it's
all right. So as much as I think Dragon Ball Z is the best, One Piece will have the feelings for you.
You got a long way to go if you
when
just started.
And this is not to give us spoilers, but when Luke's brother,
yeah, when that happened,
man, I was like a little bit. I was like, oh man, that's
let me say,
the tears just come without you
the
even.
Zenness of JoJo's. Okay. Naruto, Zenness of JoJo's, all in one. That's what I think One Piece.
Okay.
I love it.
To me, what you just said, all of it, is that anime is just work. It's a lot of work. You gotta read it, you gotta look at it. Then you gotta digest it, then you gotta recover.
But it's worth it.
You have to have self-care.
Give me a Q-tip for his ears because he didn't hear right. What they said was start watching it.
Yes. Oh, you're not watching it?
Oh, listen.
He doesn't. No.
Listen, I'm OG,
I just don't think he really
Okay.
wants to be that in touch with his feelings. And that's why he doesn't.
Then we could watch fighting ones like Baki or something like that.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay. What about this? You like Fire Force?
No.
You like
Fire Force is good.
Yeah.
I started with Ninja Scroll. I mean, OG.
Very old.
Right. So, and then, I didn't watch anymore because Bugs Bunny became prevalent in my life. Don't shame me for Bugs.
Okay, no. Anytime Jared gets it.
I would say Bugs Bunny, you know, he might actually start the original violence for anime, but
No, actually, it was not. First off, we're not gonna blame that on Bugs. That was definitely jealous of him.
Oh yeah.
And he kept trying to do some stuff.
And
what you're
rabbit
missing is
season or duck
it's
season?
Wabbit season.
It's
Wabbit season. Wabbit season.
It's duck season, and I
Okay, I got two.
All right, well, I definitely want to thank Nerd.0 for an amazing panel and jumping in and being part of ConCarolinas.
and winning the costume contest. Speaking that into existence.
Wait, we don't know that for sure.
I'm speaking. I'm speaking English. That's what I'm doing.
We're speaking it into existence.
But we just want to thank you for being part of the panel and thank Nerd.0 for being an inspiration to people. And we need you guys.
We need more.
Yeah.
Because the kids that just walk by, just the kids alone that walk by in awe of what you bring.
Great.
That's good.
Before we go, though, I do want to make sure we get your fears posed, though. Clear the way.
We want your fears posed. Ryu's got to get out the way.
You got to draw that sword.
You hit that water breather.
Oh, yeah.
Do it. Water breather. Water breather.
Easy and B.
Hey, you know what? Just let me.
Cut him with
Give us what we want to see.
Why are you giving us your backside?
Try to hide it.
Yeah, face trying to hide it. That's
Try to hide.
All right, no, we're done. The panel's over, and I thank you guys.
Again,
No, thank you.
It was amazing.
You guys have been fantastic.
Thank you.
Love having you guys.
Yes.
So,
Beautiful. All right.
The contest is
all right, fantastic. I'm grateful for batteries. Oh,
Well, you don't.
oh, okay. Oh, if you pay me money, I'll punch you in the face.
I mean, Roger's like, excuse me?
Thank you.
I don't want you to go to jail, baby.
Here,
They are
Pete.
What's that?
I got so excited to like get in touch with them and get them down.
Baby, you got plenty of time before you gotta do anything, unless you are just feeling
If
like
I
you
don't
want
get
to
it,
get
I-
stressed right now. Do you wanna go lay down for a little bit? Okay, what kind of food do you want?
Nothing red, nothing spicy, nothing greasy. So
Um,
nothing
Fresh and healthy.
Yes.
do you need me to go find you a salad?
No.
How about fruit salad? How about a smoothie?
Well, I don't know. I don't know if Jay got something he ever need, but Jay got.
No, because you got your, you didn't.
I think it was nerve.
You didn't, yeah, you didn't lose color and everything like Jay did. Okay,
then
you
Cal,
need to
you
take a
noticed
nap,
it.
son, 'cause I almost have to catch your head like 3 times.
Yeah, I noticed that. So
I don't know if he's getting, but he's been sick all day. It's not hungover.
alright, I'm gonna find some foods. Ooh.
That was
Do you
fun.
want me to, oh no, that's you.
That was good.
I know that was you. I didn't know that was you sitting the entire time.
Not the entire time. People was trying to steal it.
Yeah, it was good. Good panel. I'm tired of the boring panels that, you walk around and the rest of them. They're not boring, they're just not, there's no energy, It's like, I'm feeling the energy. And they brought energy. It was a good team. And then I guess we'll just chop it up and spice it up.
Yeah. And then this right here, we had that food. We can put whatever backdrop we want with it.
I mean, we can do sound effects and we can do all kinds of good stuff. So I'm excited. I'm excited. All right, I don't know if there's a panel in here next.
That's what I was looking for.
Are you on schedule? I don't think I like anything the rest of the day. Downview's got something, Lakeview's got something, Brown's got
I don't see
something.
anything in here.
No. I don't know when, next is, guest of honor interview, so we're good.
Yeah, that's not till 3:30.
Yep. We got meeting on. So for now, we're good. I guess I can get lunch.
Yeah, you got to be, that's why I was here, I was easy.
That's a lot of people work, right? I was scared. I was like,
Oh no, are we gonna miss our opportunity?
but we did pretty good.
So did you try this food when you got home? Oh, you can go home.
No.
When you get upstairs?
No.
Took the leg off and see?
I didn't take the leg off and try it. I meant to do that. I meant to park it by the bed. And then when I had to go to the restroom or something, I would just take the e-scooter. But we parked it so far away from the bed that I had to put my leg on just to, I just go to the bathroom.
Yeah, I think we can work in here. Okay. All right, so I have the certificates, as you can see there.
Yeah.
I have a small variety of prizes here and a trophy for Best in Show.
Grab the other stuff.
Okay.
So yeah, I have the certificates and I have a black marker to mark on the certificates.
Yay! I guess I was volunteering to do handwriting.
Oh, beautiful.
Yeah, because my handwriting is not gonna hold up.
Alright, I'm saying.
I'm in Navy mode, like scratch, chicken scratch, chicken scratch. Okay. So.
We don't necessarily have to give away everything that's there. Those are just some
Right.
options.
Well, I think we have a good list of things not told. It's just a question of who gets what.
Yes. So I've got
So-
the trophy, I've got some games that Ray donated.
Okay.
I've got some ConCarolinas pins. And then of course, the con itself.
I didn't know they had back here.
Yeah, those are way back, so.
Okay, so the fifth grade, both people get.
Yeah, there's one
Yeah.
for the parade participant and then I'm guessing best in kids parade.
The best is gonna go.
Ghost.
Yeah, ghost right here. You can do that.
I don't, is there a list?
Yeah, there should be in there, so.
I've got novice, journeyman, master.
Hey, Shirley, I'm gonna close this door so.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Armor, best prop, best presentation.
Yeah.
Best in history.
But of course, you can give him something else, because, that was amazing.
That's really good.
Could get
I mean,
best
best
prop,
prop.
too.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, I mean, it's a really good prop. The Nick Fury also has a really nice prop, and the phone is a really nice prop. But if we're gonna award, I mean, that Arduino controller is really cool. If we're
Oh,
gonna
that
award
might be the best
Batman and Robin,
presentation.
I'm sorry,
They can get best presentation. There's one.
Batman and Robin. We could, who are we considering for best journeyman, and who are we considering for best in show?
Cause I'm actually kind of thinking the best in show works for them, best master works for the girl you guys wanted to give best journeyman. Because she's pretty impressive.
So were you, let's start at the biggest ones and work down.
Yeah,
So
yeah.
best in show, who are we thinking for the candidates for best in show, and then whichever category they're in, we'll pluck them out of the category
I
and give somebody
really
else
like
the.
Batman and Robin because,
best in
I mean,
show.
they've got the whole package. They've got therma, they've got controllers, they've got 3D printing, they've got amazing seamstress work, great presentation on stage.
I feel like the tiefling made a better outfit, but it's all more or less one thing.
Yeah, the
Whereas
presentation's in there.
the other ones have the presentation, they also have 3D printing and sewing.
Yeah.
So I'd be a.
I mean, her
toss to
phone
the
play
two.
work is spot on perfect, and I
That's
like
true,
her
too.
lines. But that's why I'm thinking she works best for best master, because she didn't quite rise to the
Well,
goal for
or we
best
can give
presentation.
her, there's a best craftsman too, I think.
Ooh, that's a good idea. Yeah, best craftsmanship.
Let's, alright, so let's do Batman and Robin for the best in show.
Okay.
We're gonna have to pull out best presentation, because unless we're gonna give 2 awards to the same
Well,
person.
there were other really good presentations too.
Yeah.
So,
Okay.
yeah.
Good presentation.
So the
So,
names
best in
people.
show, okay, there was.
Oh, yeah, I've got the list too, if you guys need it.
Yeah, if you can help us with that.
And so that is Linda and Eric Wolf, and it's no E on the Wolf.
I see.
Mhm.
I never know what to do when a person comes in and they've got an awesome outfit made by somebody else.
Well, that's
We
when
can
I
give the
start
award to
considering
that
them for
person.
like performance awards or, you
Well,
know,
there's also some honorable mentions in
honorable
there.
mentions
Yeah.
for, you know, nicest look or something like that.
Because the Adama's a great outfit,
Yeah.
but I don't wanna put his name on the
Well,
thing, but this is. his
Here's the
mom.
thing, Adama, he did make a lot of the pieces, he made a lot of the details. His mom did the sewing, but he did all the 3D printed and other details on that.
You
So,
could also
you know,
give
we
him
could do a
best
lot.
presentation.
He did it, yeah, his presentation was really.
'cause
And there's
he's got
also-
a lot of
And he
this.
got a lot of it audience participation.
There's
so.
also Judge's Choice in there, so don't forget that one too.
I'd be cool with him getting a judge's choice and honorable mention or best presentation.
Yeah, let's do judge's choice and presentation, unless there was, what else I could do?
How about
Sure.
judge's choice, best recreation. Is he spot
Okay.
on?
Oh,
perfect
yeah.
character?
There we go.
Yeah, there should be a best recreation there too, is there not?
Is there?
If not, then yeah, definitely use the Judge's Choice. I thought I had, but
Yeah, I've got, best novice, best journeyman, best in masters, best armor, best presentation, workmanship, sewing.
okay, so
There's
no.
one specifically for best sewing, best prop.
Ooh.
I have an idea who
For the
best
second.
sewing should go to, because there were a couple that had some pretty wicked lines in there.
Well, if we know that one, let's go ahead and do the ones we know.
Yeah, do you wanna do judge's choice, best recreation for Eric
Yeah,
Angler for Adama?
Yeah, that's fine.
So judge's choice goes to.
Yeah. Best recreation for Eric Angler. I don't know how to spell it.
Yeah,
What's
Eric,
recreation?
it's Eric
Well, that's just what we're gonna use for the judge's choice. The judge's choice is the recreation.
and Engler is Engler.
ERI.
ERIC, yeah, ENGLER.
Alright, so.
So we already know that the best in the kids participant in
Yeah,
both of them.
And yeah, if you can,
What's the one I,
Okay. Kids parade participant.
my husband,
oh, he, let's just,
AJ.
oh, yeah.
AJ.
And she just gave
Last
me
name.
AJ, yeah, that's all she
Yeah,
does.
just AJ.
AJ for participating.
Yeah.
Best in the kids parade since Edwards.
And I don't know if you guys wanna give him a, that was amazing.
Which one?
I don't know if there's anything else you wanted to give to him as well.
Fine, yeah.
For the kids?
Yeah.
Let's see what we have after we get
Yes.
to the adults, but yeah. Okay,
So best novice.
we had a lot of good novices.
And I'm gonna give, just a if that's okay with you guys, I'm gonna give a ConCarolina pin to both of the kids.
Yeah, I think
Okay.
that's a great idea.
Amity was a pretty good novice.
Amity was good. I really like the Death from Discworld. Amanda Grafsky with all of the hidden accommodations she's gotten there. She's hiding her walker, she's hiding her.
Yeah, I thought we would find something better than novice for that.
No, I'm thinking like she might need to be an honorable mention.
Okay.
Yeah,
So
that
we
sounds
can,
good.
yeah. But like an honorable mention, we don't have to specify for what, but because of, it's a nice costume, but it's also amazing how much like thought she put into the engineering of it to make it work.
Okay, so Best Novice is going to Andy? The
Uh,
Powerhouse? MC?
Hold on. I've got a couple of others, but I'm
Oh, yeah,
trying to
that's
find
that was
them.
another place. Oh, that belongs to the Dr. Death.
There was also the.
Grimjaw.
I was at the
But it's
guy
mostly
before
purchased.
Cape. What was
The
his name?
African Spirit.
Yeah, Cape.
Yeah, Cape.
All that was purchased too, though.
Yeah, they were both all purchased. I thought we had a novice.
Mumsa was the one who took 2 hats and hand sewed them by hand. With the
Yeah.
veil.
And I do have several honorable mentions in there, so if there's something you guys just want to give an honorable mention to, you certainly can.
That was Mom's Goddess of Death. I don't know. I'm kind of liking Grimjaw from Bleach for the Best Novice because he did the 3D printing on the mask. He did a really nice job with us performing and then on stage performing. He did get the audience involved. Granted, he bought a lot of his costume pieces, but he's got a really solid look. And he worked his passion into it as much as anything else.
Yeah, I'm okay with that. And how do you spell his name?
Which one was that?
Grimjaw.
His name is Doobie.
He goes by Doobie. It's Dubbii.
Yeah.
No last name?
Nope, no last name.
You know what? It works for sure.
I asked them if they would, they would tell me what they wanted to be known as, and yeah.
All right, Best Journeyman.
Journeyman. Okay, so Journeyman. That's where the Tiefling Warlock is.
Yeah. I still think she should.
I still think she should be bumped to Masters.
That thing was amazing.
Yeah. She, like I said, she originally went in as a novice. I'm like,
No, absolutely not.
I mean, she said this was her first costume.
Yeah.
Oh, the blue dress was a journeyman.
Yes, that's
Yeah, the lines on that are a little rough. You know, she did her own patterns and drafting.
Well, she sewed the whole thing.
Yeah, she sewed the whole thing.
But if we
Between
bump,
the two, if we bump her to Masters.
that's what I was thinking. We bump the. Oh wait, is the Niflin?
The Nephilim is masterclass.
The
Is
Nephilim
Master.
is
Okay.
Master.
Shoot, I like the Tiefling more than the Niflin.
I like the Tiefling more too.
So let's do the Tiefling for Best Masters.
And then we'll give the Nephilim something else.
Yeah.
Something was amazing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And so maybe the blue dress as Best
That's
journeyman.
Owl. She was from, I can't find her.
Howl's Moving Castle.
Howl's Moving Castle.
Yeah,
Yeah,
that's my
Sophie,
bad, yeah.
Sophie. Yeah.
So Sophie Hatter from Howl's
Who did you
Moving
want to
Castle.
give this? Because you'd be the person to ask. Who did you want to give the sewing to?
Okay, so the sewing one, bear with me.
Okay. I was like, we did,
Did you lose one?
the Tiefling's name was.
The Tiefling was Courtney.
Courtney Mulvaney, yeah.
Courtney.
Yeah, and the Sophie Hatter is Rose Mountain. So the
MUL.
Yep, 1 second. It is, Courtney Mulvaney, Mulvaney.
We don't have to use all of them if there
No,
wasn't
you
really
really
something
don't.
that stood
No,
out.
actually, I just realized it's Howl's Moving Castle that I wanted to give the best seamstress to.
Oh.
So that was,
Yeah.
Rose Young,
Yeah, Rose Young.
Rose Young, the best selling.
Sophie Hatter, yeah.
Yeah, but if
So
we're
the blue
looking at her
dress?
for, what were we looking at her for?
Journeyman. Yeah, which we have other people that were pretty good in Journeyman.
Yeah.
We have the Mando Magneto.
Actually, I really would like to give the Mando Magneto best journeyman because there's a lot.
Journeyman.
So many pages to go.
I know, right?
Sorry,
That's what I'm
Like
like.
scattered there.
I've been trying to figure out a way to make this easier and
I have a database.
Uh-oh. Sarah Engler's the Mando Magneto.
Yeah.
why don't we give her best armor?
I was gonna give Kratos
Oh,
this one.
Kratos, yeah.
No, I was gonna give Kratos this one anyway. So.
Oh, the Evan Legion
it's,
Award?
It's almost always an armor thing.
Yeah.
So we'll give him the Evan Legion Award, and then we'll give armor to
Okay,
Mando
that's fine.
Magneto.
So for best sewing, we have a master who sewed everything.
That works because we already gave best and masters to somebody else.
Yeah, the master. Is it Zippy that was the blue dress, the original
Penelope.
character?
Yeah.
Zippy was the one in
Yeah.
the blue sequin dress.
And so we could give it to Zippy.
Or Penelope.
No. I mean, her lines are a little rough, but they're not horrible. And she drafted her own patterns, so.
Okay, so that's Journeyman, Rose, yeah, I'll put these in order.
Which one was Rose Young?
Zippy.
She was,
Rose Young was
Sophie Hatter from.
Sophie Hatter from House Moving
House
Castle,
What
blue
did
dress.
you give her?
Best Journeyman.
Best journeyman, yeah.
And Matthew will let you. put
So
that
then
in.
best armor, let's do that one real quick.
Yeah,
Best
let's do the
armor to
Mandalorian.
Sarah Engler.
Mhm.
And she.
And actually, she would like to go as, this is my bad, she just told me this, or I found out, hang on.
Name change?
Well, it's her name, you might want to, you could do Sarah Engler / UNCG Hoovian Girl. You want me to write it down?
Okay.
Hang on. SARAH.
Yes. And then,
Hang on. Sarah.
Must be an Instagram handle or something.
ENGLER.
ENGLER, /
Hi.
UNCG.
Interview scheduled right now?
No,
this is
we're
judging
judging
for
for
the
the
costume
costume contest.
I know, because we're gonna come in here and set up for the next.
Okay,
We're
yeah,
just
this is
about
a couple
finished.
minutes.
UNCG.
Hoovian, WHOVIAN, girl.
Best armor, best presentation.
Okay, the last two I've got that I really wanna make sure we award.
I want Kratos to get something.
Yeah,
Yeah.
well,
He
he
has
needs
to
to
get
get
two
two
awards.
awards.
Let's get the
So-
crown and a plaque, so I think he's it.
What do you guys think about best prop for Captain Nick Fury? Cause that's a really.
Oh,
nice
yeah.
Yeah,
piece.
he threw that together in
Yeah.
like 5 minutes.
That's
Yeah,
a lot of LED work.
yeah, so
I blanked on his name.
That's
Frederick.
Frederick, FREDERICK. EER, that's all right. And he doesn't, yeah, I know his last name, but he didn't give it to me, so.
And then the last one, that I wanna award is probably gonna end up being an honorable mention. And I wanna do it as a historical recreation.
Oh, beautiful.
What was the
Um,
person's name? Alloy something?
Aloy.
Aloy.
That was
What
Afro Cocoa Puffs, Cocoa Puffs.
Do you have a
okay.
last name
I wanna
for
do
Zoe and
something.
Barry?
Yes, I do. It
Okay.
is, hang on one second.
Still have that presentation.
Yes, they did do a beautiful job. Zoe and Barry.
Best workmanship should go to the master Cocoa Puffs.
Okay.
She's really good.
Yeah, I was thinking like.
I
best
love
repurpose
the
or
fact
something.
she used
Yeah.
non-standard materials. It's really
Yeah,
nice.
that's one of the few notes I made judge's choice.
So
Yeah.
what is her name?
They're, so,
Oh,
which one?
so that's Cocoa Puffs.
Okay, Afro Cocoa Puffs, that's what she goes by.
Okay, then the guy who did Kratos, you wanted to give him something.
He's getting the
He's
Evan
getting
Legion
this.
Award.
Okay, so
And
he
then
doesn't,
for
so he
the
doesn't get
honorable
any-
mention,
Okay.
for historical recreation, I think we should put that on this.
Yeah, absolutely. And you
Um,
can write it right under historical recreation.
under
Or
honorable
on honorable
mention,
mention.
put, historical recreation. Or recreation. No.
I'll give you their names here just a minute.
It's just really funny, they walked up on us and I was looking at it going, I know this, yeah. Because I recognize all the heralds.
Zoe, ZOE. And Barry, and that's actually spelled like a berry, BERRY.
I almost wrote it that way and then I wrote BARRY.
Williams.
It's like there's no way it's spelled.
Yeah.
And guest presentation?
Oh shoot. That was gonna go to Adama, right?
Oh, yeah,
Yeah.
yeah, and that's Eric, ERIC, Engler, ENGLER. And Matthew, do you have any idea who you'd like to give your?
I mean, I'm open
I think
to
the team was just
suggestions.
around.
That's the Evan Legion.
That goes with the Evan
Yeah.
Legion thing.
Okay.
I mean, I'd be happy to give her the Evan Legion award too, but I don't want to give one person to me.
Right.
I just really like that crown.
Guys, thank you.
Yeah.
You have been always amazing judges.
No worries, I write my notes so that way, if
Figure out what
you ever
goes with what.
hand it to someone, they see the positives, they do not get the negatives that I have in my head. So if they ever look at you and say, well, she put down this, but she only put down this, email me if they want to explain.
Yeah, we're finishing up right now,
I
guys.
always try to
Oh, you're
remain
fine,
positive.
you're fine. We just need to
Do
get
this
ready
all-
ready for what no one else could see it, but.
That was my thought, but whatever, I mean, he said it here.
I thought we just said it here because this is where the table was.
I love the idea.
And we don't have power strip over here.
No, there's not.
The big art kit,
Oh.
and there's a $50 gift card to Michael.
Beautiful, okay, thank you. I'm gonna put these in order.
Oh, wait, that's
We
right.
could still this stuff, yeah, we could still this stuff for this because this doesn't.
Best in Show gets tickets to
Oh, that's right,
ConCarolinas.
right,
Yeah,
right.
they're good, yep, so
I
we'll
just
do those
told
to
you that.
Best in
Yeah,
Show, okay? So.
No, we're
I've got that.
it was for this channel.
Best
So
country
they
man.
filmed the whole channel and
Let's
it's
do-
doing post for the full skills plan.
We'll go down to the more
And
minor.
So we should
if
be able
there's
to
enough,
do it, right?
yes, there's enough cord there, we could definitely do that.
That's.
Okay, perfect.
I'm gonna confirm that it's not music, so then we'll.
Yeah, the two pins I'm gonna get to, I'm gonna get the pins of kids, yeah.
That's novice.
Move the TV there and then.
Best in the kids party.
And then share the power strips right there.
So,
We
they're
could
kids
do
really
that.
like the game.
Because then that's both the laptop. and-
Why? I think, I'm not really sure, those are the list of
We
one
could still
generation
turn the
up
TV
there,
a
so.
little bit like that, so
So
they.
they're gonna get pins.
Yeah.
So I'll give the
Yeah.
kids pins.
Actually,
I would give them the games, they're gonna like the
Okay.
games.
it might be
plenty of
good to
adults
set
are.
a TV there.
So.
Or just spin
just for what was
camera.
Wait, he's also.
That's the camera
We did
you
that-
see
we did
in
that
the
for
vision.
for him.
Drone's gonna run that drone crap on that. Turn that so
Oh,
we can.
well, we
Let's
don't
see
have to
what's
have
on
it.
this one out.
Yeah,
Yeah.
no, I will put that in the
Because
package.
it's still
So we'll get
streaming.
best presentation.
Right.
That's
That
perfect.
little bottom
Yeah.
where they plug from, that can just be shown on the TV.
I don't know if they have a thing for best presentation.
Then we don't have to take
Yes,
it down, it's serving a purpose.
Okay.
Just have that one run as
So,
is.
so we'll just
Best
try that 180
workmanship.
with TV right here.
Yep, I'll move this guy.
This is a leatherworking kit.
Beautiful, okay.
There we go. Best.
There's no other panel.
What's that like? Oh, that's the.
Mandalorian.
There is a interview.
Yeah, best armor, best
There's an interview at
best
3:30.
sewing. Maybe make the individual ones just
The certificates.
the certificates.
What did we get the guy who played us?
Yeah, he's
Kratos
gonna-
is
Get-
black.
maybe just get that
So
ready,
those
and
are
we'll
just
just move this
certificates.
down. But I still think that's a good idea.
What was this one?
Zone here, the Duke and the Duchess, Baron and Baroness.
Okay, so we've got.
So that's unnecessary.
Generally honorable mentions, they just give a.
I don't want anybody,
Yeah.
yeah, I don't want anybody to trip on.
Sorry about that. I'm on the inside talking where I have to get to those. So I was like, I really don't wanna just pull it out in front of everybody.
I don't want to give like
Look
best
it up,
armor
some of
for that
everyone.
without giving best sewn for that, you know, it seems like all of them should get something.
So here you can have a Christmas color too.
So this, we're just didn't find anybody for this one.
Oh, okay. So is that
So we got
everything?
one leftover game, and one leftover this, just because I don't want to give one thing to like a best armor while not giving something to best sewing.
No, that makes sense, no, that makes sense, yeah.
So those get the certificates for those.
And then here are the unused.
And then
Okay.
these are for Kratos.
No.
Okay.
Yeah, well, they didn't even have Daphne listed as a guest.
I know, like, they didn't have her, they didn't put my bio in the app, they, like, I'm.
Yeah, I'm not listed as a guest.
Yeah, I wasn't listening to the That's all right.
Yeah, no, this, and I.
Everybody already knows.
Yeah.
This is our backyard, so.
I walked up and they're like,
Well,
well, here's your guest stuff. I was like, okay, what's my schedule? What about my comp badges?
what about my table?
I wasn't
Right.
on panels this time.
Look at you.
I had like the weekend off, pretty much.
Gosh.
Except for running around like a crazy
So are
person.
you working the FNCC
We got the
dragon
fun
again
of-
this year?
Where's
I
our
am.
room?
Awesome. I'm gonna be
It's always something.
helping lead backstage.
Nice.
So I'm running assistant. That goes so fast. Thanks, guys.
Sorry for taking up your face.
You're
You're fine, you're fine.
Got little folders.
I'm not sorry. Oh,
I mean, good.
You guys grab the folder.
I mean, good, because we said it's no problem. Yeah. So,
Look at that.
well, that makes it all worth it anyway.
Yay!
This screen, this could just be left, so to speak. I just something.
Well, maybe it was a monitor before because it was on the computer, so there was no attached screen.
Could be.
And
No, I mean, you just got one. This can still handle John's controller input thingy.
hi, Chad. You guys been cheating?
They're outside in the smoky area. Where else did you?
We're just setting up for the bomb, the keep talking when it explodes. No, that is at 4, but we needed to get the game installed over here. And then we were wondering if we needed the TV over here or not. Yeah, top screen's fine, so we don't need to worry about that. 2023 exclamation point right there. The C's are, and the A and the B is also perfect. And it's for ConCarolinas, that's your B.
Okay. I could have sworn that's what I checked the first time, and it said no. Maybe I just tried. No, we do, just in case it won't. Alright, there's Oh, it's in Carolinas. Yes. I think I was just in Carolinas. Yep. Right. It says it won't even match. That I gotta monkey with that. Gotta remember what my name is. I haven't had to type it so dang long.
Same, but that's what passwords are.
Yeah.
I mean,
Well, for me, it's easy enough. I've got like 3. I've got 3 secures, 3 unsecures. If I ever spend money or it handles my money, it gets one of the secures. If it doesn't, okay, and then I'll get rolled every. First one gets rolled 4 months, next one 4 months later, next one 4 months later, so there's once a year. And we don't need Discord, so That's what that is.
And I mean, if we want to capture the game, this laptop can join the room.
Well, that was the thought. Maybe I'll just join that room with this laptop on the screen share.
Yeah, screen share for the console, and then it's its own thing. We don't have to wait.
That way we don't have a webcam looking at the screen. We can view it like that.
Yeah, no refresh.
Yeah. Because I can only imagine how long that did.
But we could use this cam to just look at them.
Yeah. Maybe just do 3 rooms and have Sean modify it. Make an extra background for it. Like maybe just that way, the background is the bomb with a picture of them performing a picture of the audience.
Oh, that's true. We could switch this on and watch the audience.
That was the thought of switch that around to watch them.
Well, because that's going to catch them sitting up here, right?
Exactly.
And so we can just do this.
Yeah, that was catch the audience. I think it would work. I think that's it. Why aren't you signing in? Hurry up. Like, come on. Come on. We've got internet access. What is going on? Close it and try to reopen You already
Hey, what do you need it?
Hey, did you ever eat?
Yeah, I went to the room and had a couple of snacks. That way in case bad things happened, I was already right next to the bathroom. And I did not just spend $30 on something in the box to get rid of.
We did at least closer. Football game on, and I mean European football. So every wait staff was very into it, and we're like,
so it was football.
Football. Football.
Booze is bad.
No, right now it is for him. But hey, I've been
out for a good chunk of the morning. I think it was
Too much yesterday.
Overstressed?
No, I think it was overstressed. Food was garbage because I had the pizza and the random snacks. And
I had a cup of macaroni and cheese. That's what I had. One slice of pizza and a cup of mac and cheese.
And I had cubic egg from Skittles gummies and candy and stuff to just keep my sugar running high. And probably, Nico's not here. He has
That's
drinking. I was being, I sort of felt thirsty.
honestly, I think that's why it's that's right, because if he goes dehydrated, it would cause everything to shrink, hurt worse, didn't sleep.
Yeah, so, yeah, we were talking about it. And since this room is double screen, we normally do what you see on that screen, panelists. And we had the green screen, there's already a stage set up for that. We can link this to the OBS room, share the screen, so the game can be the screen, like a background. We're turning that one on, it's already in the room to look at the audience, and that one to look at you guys. At least then it gets everything of what's going on and what people are streaming and tonight.
I ate food, made no sleep, and I was like, brain function.
Well, you're all aboard the tutu train. I saw the side of that small bean.
I said, our food carriers like, can I get a small plate of small? Because mine didn't go with beans. I was like, I want a little bit of beans.
Yeah, it's like a full-blown dinner. It's a lot like that place by Food Line. Yeah. Where you order the small beans and dinner plate covered.
That's it. And I was just like, all right.
He sent a picture with his like hand beside it. It's like 3
What's the ask for a point, please?
What?
I'm giving out quests today. We're taking deep gold, silver, and left points.
Fancy.
Yeah, and the park has a lot of Mexican.
That's typically a
I
road.
can't. You can hear that.
Every road has towing signs, and there's tow trucks driving around them. So
because they make a lot of money.
Oh yeah, so I parked over where there's public parking, and they the rooms to go, which is closed down.
Here's the jingle.
I don't cheap out.
But you know where the rooms to go used to be?
I'm gonna go check on Megan. I'll be right back. I'll be back in here. One shekel, one shilling, this.
No, 1 shekel. That's a shekel.
Yeah, the rooms to go is closed down. There were tow trucks pulling in the parking lot when I circled in the park. There's about 14 cars of them, and they're pulling tow trucks in.
Oh, the ones that are
No, rooms to go. The other parking lot down there, they're towing people out of it.
You didn't park here, right?
No, like I said, we're over by the Mexican place.
Awesome.
Hey Jay, I brought one of your favorite blues out today.
Aw, I've missed you so.
By the way, the way you want to blow past, we had to reinforce the handle again.
Okay. I mean, still have balls.
Yeah.
Always was.
Yeah, but we had to reinforce the handle more because it broke using it.
Imagine that.
Well, I mean, when you're throwing around a shillelagh.
Yeah. And it's my favorite toy. Because Frolic on this had it over my shoulder, draped over my shoulders, walking around. And people were actually stopping and asking to take pictures with it and shit. So good conversation started.
Alright, so it's loaded.
So John's got.
Yeah, I have pretty same one you have there.
Well, I've got.
This-
I got
that's an
this
old
one, I
Logitech.
got the other Logitech.
Yeah,
Well,
there's a different style.
with the
Yeah.
red ball in the front.
Telecom makes another one just like that.
To put in the code.
It's in the, installed in the, it's in probably the.
Yeah, but I'm just running there way obnoxious.
No.
Yeah, I want a verification. This is that.
Yeah, you have to get out of this.
I just.
Go back into Steam.
Oh, Steam?
Yeah, go to Steam.
I just want to make sure I'm in the right place.
Oh,
A
totally.
little early. Can you Iglesias at 3:30? That's what it says on the.
I believe that's accurate. Yeah.
What time is it? 3:30?
No, well, yeah, that's.
So the interview that's gonna go on?
Yeah, he's at 3:30.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
So do you have one manual printed out so I can just make sure this comes in?
Just click on that.
No, that's what I need to do. I need to print a manual. I'll let the cost contest wrap. Do you have a thumb drive?
Manual. Oh god, that's a lot.
Yeah, I've never been on camera before.
I think it's different language.
I'm sure it'll launch the game. No reach. Yeah, here's your mouth shot.
Okay. Do you guys have a thumb drive? I just need to borrow it for a second to take the manual up there, print the sleeves. I just need it from somewhere.
Or you could do tutorial.
Yeah.
God, my daughter got spoiled today.
But you're using fun when I don't tell and he's forgotten the controls already.
I mean, it's a lot of just clicky click click.
You're on the first bomb.
That's a good play. That's usually where we start to get everything warmed up.
Yeah, well, that's all it is. I've never played the game on this machine, so you have zero progress in the game.
Because we won't let the audience move on until we solve one. I think once you solve one, it opens the next 3, then the next 6.
Alright, so you need that manual?
Yeah, I just need a thumb drive to take it upstairs to say, please print on printer.
With this manual. How many copies are you going to try to make?
2.
2 copies? Oh god. 2 copies floating around. Fine.
Oh, it's literally, that is coming back here and going under that television. Because I still have no idea what happened in my notebook. I took meticulous notes of this convention on every handle. I sit down somewhere, and then, we were running around doing this, that, and the other.
You're running around doing stuff either.
I was, and it just disappeared. I mean,
It did.
I mean, that's fair.
In case that's for room number, what number are you, Jack? Like the con will pay for all that stuff. Just in case it makes me.
I'm gonna get you an empty. Yeah, I think it's one of the backups so when we're doing other stuff. Okay, back it up and make sure we get the real. Doesn't even need to be empty, just not full.
Seems to be a better day today. Less
Sunday weekend.
stress-free weekend. I actually brought her an hot minute, so.
Oh, good.
Okay, good deal. He told me the panel snafu of Nerd 0.0 being in the costume contest and on their panel.
But they did great. They did great. They circled out as everybody went up. They came.
Oh, they came in here. Oh, that's awesome.
Hi, Nate.
Well, the next thing
Nico's name, how much is Nico?
Next thing you need is retry that.
Well, 4:30.
Oh, is this the monster?
Yeah. It's so
Alright,
good.
that's all you need, John, right?
Huh?
PDF.
Oh, that is.
That's the one you got feed into?
I wish it had.
That's
What I'm doing right now is.
USB.
Yeah, that's the thing.
Well, manual, that's how we did the other one. I just manually stuff was really the fast.
So we'll try that first.
And not that one. Alright. Close. I'm just gonna minimize the manual that's on here.
Oh my God.
John.
Food McJohn's. No. Alcohol McJohn. Oh, Alex. The sad part is, this is like what, my third drink of the entire day, and I started drinking at 9.
That's my first sip of the day. Oh,
What happened?
I got some of these capsules and
Have you seen some of the new portable solid sticks? It's an entirely terrible.
What?
Terrible solid stick. I thought I was being tricked when I opened the box. Yeah. It's a full NVMe. It's NVMe running 3.0. Same with this one. It's actually on RAM. This one with 250. But this one's USB-C. Strangely enough. You would think the cheaper brand would be using like the old style 3.0 connectors, and the new C has a higher data rate. But yet the data rate is still higher on the PMI than it is on that one. But it could also be the drive controller slowing it down. But still, dude, they got 512 gig thumb drives in there, and that's just.
Yeah, no, I have. I'm only going to.
It's absolutely crazy. Yeah, well, still 256, 128. Those are insane. And they're, yeah, you can get the micro SDs.
What's the password for the ConCarolinas? So I got
ConCarolina 2023 exclamation. I think.
Does it have an exclamation?
Yeah, the original has an exclamation. Took me a hot minute. My brain does not remember that thing.
Because we've been using the other
Yeah. Once they gave us our own, we had to start using that. It's been a godsend.
Are there any capital letters?
The ConCarolinas, the C's in the ConCarolinas. So these capital column, capital column.
Okay, thank you.
Start.
What's up, buddy?
No. You feeling any better?
Mostly.
Good.
Also, like good sleep and stomach stuff?
Yeah. I mean, it's all true. What is this video got me?
Ampersand hash.
And the whole.
Video.neighboring/room equals ConCarolinas. Ampersand hash.
Bro, I don't type that at all. Room equals.
Well, this is where, this is Waters. Oh, all right.
The next interview will be in here. We're just setting up for some other things.
Yeah, later.
Gotcha.
Okay.
Two.
I know, I was like, what are you interviewing?
Ampersand, EQ.
Oh, thank you. When I don't want to think about how to bring my outfit,
I think it'll go.
Oh, we'll find out.
Yeah.
I want to wear the shirt and my stuff got me for. We're moving to Florida, which is Barstow, I just did Las Vegas, Los Angeles, and San Diego, just takes away.
Right, the
When we were
first
looking
one
at
is
blue side for
M77.
my husband had this from World War II and it was parked in the
Lowercase
driveway.
M77, uppercase
It didn't look
November,
like
uniform
a
November.
crappy vehicle.
Yeah.
Yeah, vehicle. And we were like working on getting it registered, but we couldn't because it was like, oh, it's on vehicle, so we're looking through that. This dude, he was like E7, my son was class, so they basically put him on housing duty. This dude just like, he just drove around the housing areas looking for things to cite. And like, he cited the Jeep. I was like, you,
I'm gonna get Sean.
Well, that's why I said, there was that other guy.
I think it's the best one.
Is that the Steve?
Yeah.
Okay.
If not, I mean, I've got another one right down.
I walked in myself. We do have time, we got 5 minutes.
Plus, every time there's a broken video in the
I have that problem. There is a group that called Welwyn Stitches. And last time I was here, I bought this little Freddy kind of like Funko Pop design leather bag and a couple of other things. And when I walked by earlier yesterday, they made me this. There's like a machete, like a Jason's machete bookmark, and they have a bag that I saw. Thank you. Mustard color. Yes.
So by now you know, you just have your pack light, because you're gonna, yeah. It's always probably something.
Katie, this is Katie, so she does the marketing and TikToks and YouTubes and social marketing of the authors and meeting them to also do that sort of thing. So she will be doing some video taping and stuff. Just want to let you know who she was, so like you're
We have the, what to do once you finish your book panel thing, and obviously we have the, you can publish it and you talk about it, then it doesn't exist.
Or you go and find
Yes.
all
No,
of
this
the
is
reader
ConCarolinas
groups
for-
or the other
This
practices.
is all-
And then with
Everywhere.
links.
I'll give you 50, the other TikTok.
Yeah.
Or,
It's
I'll just go.
it's a monster, but
Yeah.
it does wonders. I mean, it's crazy.
I think the worst for older folks was when it exploded, it was like 15-year-olds dancing.
Yeah.
And so that's what they have in mind.
Yeah, they make
It's
it into
interviews,
dance
people
trends.
talking, it's you trying to read,
It's
you can do images. You
It's
don't have to
been taken
dance.
over. Because when it was originally on, the students that were like making it silly.
Klein
and
Warren.
It was just for them and their friends, but
This
now
one.
it's like, that's not it.
So you put my hand in it. Oh, shit.
Oh, yeah. If you have like,
Wait,
2,000
what's in-
followers and a certain amount of likes.
We should have one on the website.
In fact, if I'm not doing anything special and suddenly I see like an uptick in sales, I wait around because within the next 72 hours, someone's gonna send me a link. Hey, this, book talker was doing a thing with your book. And then you know that it's like 275,000 followers. And obviously, they said, 30-second video. And that was more sales than any of my marketing funds.
Yeah,
So,
that's why.
100% bought books that I saw.
I can't tell you how many books I've read based on someone on the internet saying, I like this book, I was like, I like you, okay?
Or they're funny online. And like John, or the president of
Jennifer Lawson, yes.
he's hilarious. And I started following him because he was hilarious. And then his book came out, I'm like, well, obviously I'm gonna read that because I like your wit and humor.
Yeah, well, that's the they have to invest in.
Gentlemen, folks, persons, can we get started? Because we are.
Yeah, y'all are entirely fine.
Alright.
We'll be out again in a
I'll
minute.
ask you, have a seat.
Crazy and funny. These people
Miss Wilson,
Yes, please. Can I have you sit here so that you're kind of more in the middle, and then I will.
I was gonna say, John gave me one of my
Headaches?
favorite lines. No, those are, I've known John since like 2010.
Okay.
We were talking about publishing with some other folks.
I found the video maybe.
I also do that, like a bumper sticker and a notebook and like a giant sign, a tattoo, a giant sign over my work desk. Oh my gosh. So, I'm assuming that everybody who's here knows that this is the guest of honor interview with Welwyn Iglesias.
Yay!
Yay! Which, by the way, I'm really excited to do because I cannot remember when.
Oh God, okay.
Okay, so here's what happened. John Hartness, the programming director, said,
Yes.
"You're my heart person, and so you're going to do the guest of honor interview with Welwyn Iglesias." And after I finished squeeing at the top of my voice, I immediately went back and I kind of reread the old Takes You Home, and I just finished reading Zero Saints because I had started it, and I was like, "Oh, I'm going to finish this before the end." And I had about 30 questions, 30 or 40, just all of them. I'm not going to ask you all of them because I know that probably some people will also have some questions that they would like to ask. But I wanted to start off with giving you a chance to introduce yourself. Now, if you were at the opening ceremonies, Welwyn Iglesias is a Stoker-nominated horror author. He's also a teacher and a mentor, as well as a book reviewer, a writes for Lit Reactor. It has sat on a couple of jury panels for the Shirley Jackson Awards.
Yeah, my mom told me not to judge people, so I really like to judge stuff as much as possible.
But you've got a significant body of work. So I wanted to give you the opportunity to maybe introduce yourself with some other things that maybe some of the bio and other things that we've talked about haven't really gotten into.
Oh, of course. Bios are weird. I think I have like 25 or 30 of those because you write for different places, and then they ask you for a bio, and then they will be very specific. Like send us the 1-line bio, or the 2 lines, or the short paragraph. There's one that looks like the CD, and that one includes all the other stuff. It's out there. I write stuff. I've been writing stuff for a very long time. I decided to switch languages and start writing in English in 2008. First book came out in 2012, and it's been a long war of attrition. And now The Devil Takes You Home sort of became the, what do they call it, the breakout book? Right, so it only takes the right kind of people to pay attention for it to kind of balloon. And so then it's a Stoker nominated book, but then it also receives nominations for Reading the West, the Anthony Awards, the Edgar Awards in New York City, and I'm missing like 1 or 2 more. So as soon as they start nominating you for stuff, then everybody cares, which is awesome because you get invited places. So that's what I do. I've also been a book reviewer for the last 12 or 15 years. I review for small places and then also really big places like the LA Times, NPR Books, the Boston Globe. We just put out our summer reading list, came out yesterday. Of course, I have horror in there. Paul Tremblay's collection is coming out. And now I get to do this full time, which is the most amazing part, because everything that goes on the bio, it doesn't matter because you already did it in the past. What matters is what you're doing now, and I get to go places and talk to awesome people. So that's about it.
When you say that's it, I feel like we're gonna talk some more about this. So on Tuesday, I was taking your query letter workshop.
Right. That was fun.
It was a lot of fun. And there was a quote that I very specifically remember from that, which was, writing is not about being great. It's about constantly getting better.
Correct.
And so you do a lot of mentorship. You're a professor at SNHU.
Yeah.
And so I wanted to kind of throw this at you. What are some of the challenges of taking on a teaching and a mentorship role? And what are some of the rewards?
Well, the rewards is the easy part. You get, as a reviewer, I get to read stuff before it comes out to the general public. As a mentor, editor, and professor, I get to read stuff in like the egg stage. Like, this is an idea, what can we do to make it better? What can I do to help you find your voice? And then it's the idea of like, if you're an elementary teacher, you're helping shape the future. So as an educator, it's kind of like helping shape the future of literature. And also you see a lot of really happy faces when someone who's starting out has heard, for example, fantasy or romance. It's not really literature. You're not supposed to. And then they find someone like me who says it's totally literature. You can do whatever the hell you want. In fact, learn to say whatever your genre of preference can do, mine can do better, and then just rock and roll and do that thing. The challenges are basically fighting, which is I think it's very timely nowadays, fighting misinformation. So I teach a class at SNHU about marketing, and then folks come to me with like, I wrote a middle grade book and I have a marketing plan for Facebook. The middle grade readers are not on Facebook. So let's talk about what you need to do. We were talking about TikTok, for example. So because writing has been so big for so many people for so long, you get those stupid ideas that just get repeated and perpetuated. And romance is not serious literature. You shouldn't do that. And horror fiction goes in the kiddie table. It can't do anything serious or political, helping enact change. So battling that on a daily with folks who are just coming in and they have all the preconceived ideas that they've inherited for years and years of like, well, I'm gay, but I'm not supposed to be out because then I won't get published. It's like, no. Let me just show you all the LGBTQ publishers and editors that I know so that you know that you're welcome at these places. It's constant. There's so much misinformation and so much baggage that we've carried through decades and decades and decades. And you have to try to get it out of the way and make them forget about it, change the microchip in the first couple of weeks.
I would say that having people in publishing like yourself who are visible and who are both writing as well as in those educational positions, but then also you're an editor.
Yep.
So you've edited, you've had a chance to shape those tables of contents. When you go into the table of contents or when you're reading your slush and thinking about how that final form is going to look at, is this something that you're consciously thinking of? Or is this something that starts to take form as you start finalizing like an anthology or something like that?
So what I like to do is, I like to prove people wrong. So what I like to do is when I'm reading the slush, I'm not reading bios or names. I'm only reading the story. Because when I was coming up and I couldn't get into an anthology, everybody told me, it's not because you're brown or you have the weird name, it's because editors only care about quality. And I was like, wow, it's so weird that people of color and women and queer folks can't write good stories because we're not getting into these anthologies. This is so odd. So when I started editing, I was like, I'm gonna sort of put this thing to the test. So I'm gonna select the stories first and then come back to the emails. And he was like, well, here's a straight white dude. Look, it's a trans writer. Who knew trans folks could write good stories? And then at the end of the day, when you put the table of contents together, you go, white male, straight white woman, lesbian, female black writer, Latino writer, another white dude. And it is about the quality, and you prove them wrong. And every single anthology that I've edited contains, it almost seems like we're pushing for diversity, and then every single one has been nominated for something. So all of those folks can produce outstanding stories because in the end of the day, it is about quality. But some people look for quality only in certain groups. Those people can buy an entire fire. So we're changing the game.
So, and that actually brings me to something that I wanted to talk about. There's many things that I want to talk about. And so just be prepared for me to say that more than once. So I started reading, when I first started reading your works, I knew one Spanish cuss word. And now that I have finished, not finished, but now that I have read several of your works, I've done a lot of Googling, and I know several Spanish. I'm not sure if I'm pronouncing it right, but But that when I was reading Zero Saints and thinking about what you had said about how you had used to write in Spanish or had written in Spanish, then moved to writing in English, and then found this place where the language is just flowing, whether it's English or Spanish. There's a scene in Zero Saints, and it's I would call it an elegy where the narrator is talking about La Frontera. And I thought that was just this amazing emotional moment, talking about when you cross the border.
Yeah.
Who are you before? Who are you after? And how that changed you. And I wanted to just open the floor to maybe have you talk a little bit about what went into that scene. And are you satisfied with the end result? What do you want people to get out of it? Just, I want to know more about it.
So I'm obsessed with borders because I think they really shouldn't exist. So in the United States now, you mentioned the border, no one thinks Canada. At
Right.
all.
Yes.
But there's another border because countries say like, this is my space. Or like, this is, you're driving your car and so it's like, it's a different time zone because you're in another state now. You crossed into our land, which doesn't belong to you, it belongs to the Native Americans, and we're here on borrowed time. So we talk about frontiers and going places and going across borders. And for me, I was born and I had a blue American passport, but I couldn't vote. So immediately it was like, so you have some rights, you don't have all of them, you're a second-class citizen, you might have a passport, but you were born in a colony, which means you don't get to vote for the president or have representation or any of that. So it was early on that I became kind of obsessed with those borders and things. Borders are mental borders and spiritual borders and language borders and then physical borders. And in writing that, very sort of repetitious when you cross off from telling you all the things that happen to people when they go across one of those kinds of borders. So you can't go back. If you've been a member of the LGBTQ community in the closet your entire life, you cannot get back in the closet. Like, you put it out into the world, people are going to treat you different. You're going to suffer certain things, and some folks are going to celebrate certain things with you. But there's no undoing. You cross into that. You get a terminal degree because you wanted an education. There's no unlearning some of the stuff that you've learned, even though some of it might be very, very painful. You move countries, you start new gigs, you cross into another genre as a writer. There's no undoing. There's never like putting the genie back in the bottle. So that chapter was sort of like thinking through all of those things. And some folks liked it, which was awesome.
Loved it. That was one of those scenes that, and I don't know if y'all have read Zero Saints, highly, highly recommend it. It was one of those scenes where I wanted to keep going, but I couldn't. I had to stop and process. I had to stop. I think I'm still kind of processing because I just finished the book like yesterday, and so I'm still kind of processing all of that. Which what I really enjoy about your work is, yes, it's horror, and so you have these very violent scenes, these very visceral, physically visceral horror scenes that are also emotionally eviscerating. There's many, many levels, and I'm going to talk about the bolt cutters. So in The Devil Takes You Home, for the folks who haven't read it, there's a scene that is very violent, and okay, so it's not violent. For me though, the most intense violence in that scene is the emotional violence that the main character is going through. And I think that we all have a vision of ourselves where we want to always see ourselves doing the right thing. And when we don't, and when we stand by, there's a significant moral injury that occurs. And so I wanted to kind of do the same thing, open it up to have you talk about that scene and ask, from a writer's perspective, how do you layer those aspects of the scene to work on all of those different areas of a reader's experience?
Right. I'm a fan of violence. I think violence is awesome. You should practice violence anytime that you feel it is necessary. Turning the other cheek only gets you slapped harder. And with this scene, well, first of all, I've always been obsessed with religion and how I grew up thinking that folks had religion, whichever one it was, they had it in their life because some folks had maybe a little bit of a harder time just being decent people. So you needed a set of guiding light principles, right? But from time to time, I would see people doing and saying horrendous things because the religion gave them an excuse to do it. And folks don't like when you hold up a mirror. Be like, it's not an excuse to be an asshole. Like, look at what you're doing. So in this case, it's there's a kid who's the victim here, but he can't talk. So you have to punch the reader with this is happening, and it is very, very, very wrong. Put yourself in the shoes of this character. Do you say something? Do you risk your own life to save somebody else? And if you don't, the act that you witnessed will haunt you for the rest of your life. Are you prepared to deal with that? Like, do you want your safety to matter more than the safety of some little kid you don't know? Or are you going to try to ignore it? Because sometimes we're just like, just going to get through it, let the racist scream on the bus. It's not my problem. I don't want to get stabbed over this. It comes back to ghost. It goes behind you, whispers in your ear. Silent ally is not an ally. You're a coward. Why didn't you do something? You know better. You should have done the right thing. So I'm all for horror and I'm all for violence, but I think we were talking about John Wick yesterday. John Wick came out in 2014. Instantly became one of my favorite movies because everybody was focusing on the gun fu and John Wick flying around, killing 250 dudes with shots to the face, which is awesome and highly entertaining.
Yes.
For me, the entire movie was a study in grief. Like, people will put up with things, and then everyone reaches a breaking point. For this guy who had put all his love and the sense of loss and companionship that he was missing, he was already heartbroken, and he took all of that and put it on a little puppy. You kill a puppy, you create a monster, and that's all of us. We all have that John Wick inside, kind of like a Hulk just pisses off enough, and then you get to see it. Everybody has a new breaking point. So it wasn't about the highly entertaining, high-flying, shooting action sequences. It was the point where all of these things start is the grief. Like, you hurt someone so bad that they shift and they become something else. And for the rest of the movie, it doesn't matter that he's a very morally great character who used to be a gun for hire. None of that matters. We're rooting for the guy now for 4 movies in a row. We don't care that he's still like there's an old book, bizarre book called Bigfoot Crank Stump, where Bigfoot just gets a hold of Crank and goes on a rampage. It's a very thin book, very entertaining. All right, but then you read it and it's like having his neck. It's like, all right, that was a thing. I did it. It doesn't impact you. And I want those scenes to linger, not because there's blood and violence and severed body parts, but because there was something that made you so profoundly uncomfortable, not necessarily about the book, but about the way that you felt you would have acted if you were in that character's shoes. And those are fun because you have to do it yourself. I can't be throwing shade at my characters without questioning myself.
Yes, that was, and that's the reason why, like, I follow you online, not in a stalker way, but like in a family. And when The Devil Takes You Home came out, and people started complaining about the fact that there was English and Spanish, and I was like, oh, boo-hoo, A. And B, like, that's what you're mad about? Like, there's these scenes of just incredible violence and you're mad about some Spanish? I'm like, come on, man. Yeah, come on. And I wanted to talk to you about that, and not in like, oh, please represent all of the brown authors, but in a way, because I have a an author of Pedro Rodriguez, which I think we've also published
Yes.
in Cemetery Dance. He's the author. And I wanted to kind of give you the floor to talk a little bit about developing Latino and Latina authors and finding them a place in the horror genre, because I think that it's so untapped. There's so much there, and which is one of the reasons why, like I said, I've been reading your stuff and stuff that you read it.
So there's the information's out there, but information tends to be painful. So there's things like the William Lowe report on diversity and a few others. Up until 2009, 97% of the literary awards given in the United States were given to white writers. I refuse to believe that you cannot find writers of color who can produce stuff at the same level. But publishing is not going to push them into your face, which is why the New York Times bestsellers list is perennially white mostly. So when you get in a position where you can bring in other voices, it's almost a responsibility. Like, if it delivers the same quality of everybody else, there's no reason to put it away. And we know that's happened in the past. It's inconvenient to face that truth. But sometimes you just give zero fucks, and then you just go and you do it anyway. And then when people get angry, it's just like the Spanish thing. That's the thing that made you angry. Good. I'm gonna do it again. I expect your hate mail. I thrive on it. I was born in chaos. Just give it to me. Give it to me. It keeps me going. But the angrier you make me, the harder I'm gonna go. So you're doing me a favor. And when I come across those voices, and some of them I haven't had the opportunity to help, but folks like Cynthia Bellagio was just reviewed in the New York Times. Just yesterday, some writer named Stephen King reviewed My Body, Sean Cosby's new novel, All the Sinners Bleed, Black Dude from Appalachia. So like when I see those voices, it's like my responsibility to throw as much as I can behind them to say, we have a very short time on Earth to make up for decades of not being around. So let me help in any way that I can. So taking the bios and the names away from the stories is my way of doing it and being able to sleep at night. Like I'm not gonna do the reverse thing where it's like, I'm not gonna publish white writers now because for many years, the writers who are sending me stories now are not to blame for how racist publishing was 50 years ago. Or how racist the country was 80 years ago. So it's more of, I want to open the door and let everybody come in, let everybody know that they're welcome. And then the pieces fall where they may. And every single time, it's a very widely diverse list of authors. And as time goes by, that increases. Because there's a little kid right now seeing those kids and like, hey, I can find myself in those books. If you read the William Lowe reports, we teach our children to feel empathy for and engage with giraffes, hippos, aliens, witches, talking cabbages before we present to them a black person, a brown person, a Native American individual, or a queer person. So those people don't exist. First, learn how to deal. You're a kid growing up in New York. You know about zebras and lions and giraffes and all these animals that you have to go to the zoo to see when you're walking around the streets. And we're not going to tell you about the Puerto Ricans in New York. We're not going to tell you about the Italian migration. We're not going to tell you about it. Like, it's inconvenient. One day at a time, one book at a time, one story at a time, one anthology at a time. We need to change it. That's what we do. We're trying.
So I'm gonna ask you to put on your prognostication hat. Right?
Uh-oh.
It's gonna fit, I think.
Yeah.
So we've got horror right now.
Yes.
And what, for you, what is horror right now? And in 5 years, what is horror going to look like?
So horror used to be fear of the other, right? It was always, let's make a monster, and then the monster, you kind of realize it's just like Jewish people. And then you're like, well, we're not gonna do that anymore. So at some point in the last 2 decades, the other learned how to write really way better than it ever was. And then we said things like, you read Octavia Butler? Like, let's show you the way of our patron saint. So now horror is absolutely everything. Do you like erotica? We got horror with erotica. Do you like romance? We got romantic horror. Do you like comedy? We have romantic, funny, painful, mystery with horror, crime with horror, literary fiction with horror, historical fiction with horror, sci-fi with horror. Horror is the best dancing partner in terms of genres because it mixes with everything because life is horror. And now we're saying, hey, by the way, everyone's welcome. So if you have, JD was on a panel with me, Jewish horror, tell us your Jewish horror stories. For you, postpartum depression was a horror, tell us about it. We're going to consume that. Are you a trans person in the middle of transitioning and there are parts of it that are horrific, socially, emotionally? Bring us those stories. We want to read that. So we have vampires and werewolves and demonic possession and haunted houses and zombies and, you know, we do all of that. It's very entertaining. That's what we grew up on. Now we're saying, let's do some other stuff. Let's do stuff about feeling like an outsider. Let's do stuff about dealing with mental health issues. Let's do stuff with being, you know, the other. That's where we are now. There's this giant wave of folks like Haley Piper and Eric LaRocca and Cynthia Pelayo and a bunch of authors or others saying, we're here, we're super loud. Like we're not gonna back away. And we're gay, and we're trans, and we're brown, and we're bilingual, and we're multicultural, and we're gonna do our thing. And you can't go back. You can tell these people, like, we're not gonna publish you because we have so many pathways that if you try to do that now, we would say, fuck it, we'll publish ourselves. And the stories will still be out there. So hopefully in the next decade, we're gonna see more of this stuff where a black dude from Appalachia could be a New York Times bestseller writer, where someone like C.W. Garcia can be the new literary superstar, where my Blackfeet friend Stephen Graham Jones could be the biggest thing in 1 year, and collect a Stoker and a Locust and a Shirley Jackson, and then you can say, well, it's there, they're everywhere, and we have to make sure that everything is at the same level that Sylvia Goulding or Sean or Stephen Graham Jones, and that's what matters. Now, it doesn't matter that it's a brown woman or a black guy or a Native American. What matters is the quality that they brought to the table. And the next 10 years should be super exciting. Yeah. So we'll be working on getting better. That's what so we can keep up.
All right. Okay, so we're about at the halfway point,
All right.
and I don't want to hog the whole conversation because I absolutely could. So I wanted to see if anybody maybe had some questions or like something that you wanted to come and
make it weird.
Go ahead.
Hello. I wanted to ask about the first couple of chapters of The Devil Takes You Home because I read the first chapter, cried.
I'm sorry. I'll give you a hug after.
I fixed a drink, took a break. Was like, okay, I'm ready. Read the first page of the second chapter. Fuck it. Cried. Finished my drink. Made another one. I'm a hospice nurse, and you got it fucking spot on.
Thank you for what you do.
It's not an easy gig.
Yeah, I guess. I also have big beef with healthcare in general. So it just, so thank you, it's wonderful. And also, could you talk a little about writing those chapters? I hope it didn't come from like personal experience with a child and like.
No.
Don't talk about that if that's the case.
So every time I start thinking about a novel, I think about a novel maybe for a year or two before I ever sit down and start writing it. So I had been working on The Devil Takes You Home for about a year, and I had 3 jobs at that point. But one of them was full-time high school teacher at a public school, and so I had a little bit of health insurance that came with that gig. But I moved to Austin in 2008. So between 2008 and 2023, right now, where I have my Obamacare, that The Devil Takes You Home pays for, at least half of that time, if not more, I was uninsured. So I was bitten by a brown recluse. I had to talk to a guy who dabbled in chemicals so he could get me, antibiotics. so some of that was that way. So I had that little bit of anger already, and I knew that was going to be part of the beginning of the book. But I had maybe 30,000 words of the book. And on March 1st, 2020, I was called into the director's office, and he said, you teach 4 different classes, but none of them are core classes. When we come back in August, we're coming back online. Pandemic is raging. We have no clue what's going to happen. You, the PE folks, the art teacher, you're all gone. Like, I'm sorry, we don't have contracts for folks that we can't use online. So March 1st, I was notified. I try not to panic, and I said, okay, my last check is going to come in June 1st. I have all this time to look for a job. And then I realized it's not me. Everybody's getting fired. Everybody's closing down. No one's hiring. Everything's frozen. June 1st rolled around. I got my last check, paid my house, bought some groceries, and then it was like, now what? You don't have a job. You don't have insurance. And there's this thing going around named COVID. No one knows what's happening. There's no vaccine right now. What are you going to do? If you get sick now, and then obviously I would doom scroll and find like that old man in Houston, $475,000 in medical debt because he caught COVID and it was really bad. It's like, so that Bukowski line, like it's cheaper to die. Like that's we're living that. And then I was reading about folks who couldn't afford their insulin and old folks who would die at home because they didn't have money to go see a clinic or get transportation to go to the clinic during the pandemic. And I was still writing it. So I was like, no, I'm really, really, really pissed now. So I want to go back to the beginning and I'm going to make this worse. Because if you lose a loved one, they're going to say, we're so sorry for your loss. Here's the bill. Remember to pay it by, or there's an extra charge. And we're going to be emailing you, calling you, and sending you text messages to remind you not only that you lost a loved one, maybe your kid, maybe your mom, but also you owe us money. So hurry up and pay. And I was like, this is so absolutely wrong because we're the first country in the world. We are the cradle of democracy. We have the best food, the best musicians, the best writers. And why can't we fix this one thing and make it so that, hey, you've worked all your life and now you need insulin? Here you have it. We proved that we could do it with the vaccine. Hey, come get vaccinated. It's free. We got enough money. We spend it on bombs and airplanes. We're going to hook you up. I was really angry and really scared because I had no insurance again. So I went and I put that into the book because I couldn't afford therapy. Yeah.
Writing is good therapy.
So I put it all on the book. Yeah.
I feel like
Thank you.
I may need therapy after reading.
Look, you need to move country. This is really expensive here. Because
funny enough. So, any questions?
Concerns, typo recipes.
Complaints, actually complaints, we get really
Complaints.
Complaints.
Right, American.
I think it's important though to have that, to show that there's nothing wrong with it, because there's so many people so many individuals that don't see themselves in writing.
Right.
And I love that.
Did you know that?
Actually, one is more mundane. Concerns Austin, Texas.
Yes, sir.
Best barbecue and tacos aside from the cookout, from Welwyn's
Right.
Kitchen. What best that you've had that you recommend in Austin? Because I always wanted to go.
Best barbecue is Franklin,
Franklin.
but I hate it.
Okay.
It's the best barbecue, but I hate it because if you're not there at 8 a.m., you're not getting food.
Oh.
So you need to show up early, and on a Saturday, maybe at 11, noon, they're done for the day. They sold out. No sausage, no turkey, no brisket, no nothing.
Gone.
You're gone.
Okay.
And then there's a few places, Taqueria Arandina.
Okay.
That's like the most. So people come to Austin, and they're like, how do you know if you're gonna go to a Mexican restaurant, if it's like Tex-Mex or legit.
Yeah.
I got it. So number one, you got a phone, call them up. Si la señora contesta en español, that's a legit joint.
Okay, yeah.
All right.
So, yeah.
Second of all,
This is Richard.
tongue tacos.
So yeah, of course.
If you got tongue tacos, that's a
Yeah.
good sign that you're getting the legit stuff.
Okay.
Menudo.
Okay.
If they offer menudo every day of the week, not just like Sundays for your hangover, like every day they do menudo, that's a good joint. And taqueria andina does all of it. So
Including the tongue.
Including the tongue.
Do they marinate it like for a
Yes.
while? Okay, good.
So it's not chewy.
So it's okay, good.
Yeah.
If anyone hasn't tried that, tongue tacos are really good.
Yes.
Yeah,
They don't sound good though.
No, no.
Yeah.
But they're delicious. They're wonderful. Marinated.
Yeah. They should come up with a different name because folks are like, oh, I love barbacoa tacos. And it's like, it's head meat.
Yeah.
But if you say that, it sounds disgusting. So
Yeah.
barbacoa sounds exotic and tasty. Yeah. So.
Yeah, people don't know that. Barbacoa is like they're good cheese.
Yeah. Have some tongue
I have the Italian side of the family, and then I have the German Polish side of the family, so I've eaten strange parts of strange animals. I get it.
Yeah. And they have for the entire, because it was like you didn't have the ability to just like get the chicken breast, throw the rest out.
Absolutely
not.
not.
Let's boil the feathers. That's how hungry people used to eat. Oh, but wait, you had 2 questions, right?
Those were the 2.
Oh, awesome. Perfect.
Yeah.
So I have now taken notes because I always take notes, and B, if I'm ever in Austin, Texas, I will be.
Yeah. Let me know. I'll eat some tacos.
Alright, let me check the time because I know, okay, we got plenty of time. Alright, so. Are you working on anything that you can tell us about?
Of course. I was very lucky. The Devil Takes You On sold at auction in a 2-book deal. And I flew here maybe 3 or 4 hours after sending the first round of edits. So hopefully, what month is this? June, yes, I just said June. So hopefully around June next year, because I was used to, indie publishers, which is like, I send it to you, you like it, we work together, we fix it, you publish it. And then this is like, okay, we got it, it's finalized. Let's look for a hole where it can fit. So maybe summer of next year, it'll be out. Which is, I kind of learned that that's why. So we're doing all this stuff now, but then when the book gets to be around a year old, we get a paperback. Because you make it cheap, and some of my friends just weren't. That wasn't a thing. And one of my friends had a mom. Her name was Maria because. Latino story would it be without Maria in there? So Maria used to work the door checking IDs at a place called Laser the Club. And they drove by and they shot her in the face twice and she dropped dead. And back then I already wanted to tell stories. And I knew that at one point I was going to have enough talent to pay homage to how that messed me up. So at that point in time, we got together and we decided we're going to go find the dudes who did this and we're going to kill them. And of course, that never happened because. So we can. Right. My lawyer says not to talk about this one. It didn't happen. We weren't badasses. We had no idea how to go about figuring that out. But in the next book, same thing happens, except this group of friends actually do find out. And then they discover that they're in way over their heads. And then a lot of fun things happen. It's different in my work. So there's some creatures that, they live in the rift outside San Juan, Puerto Rico. And then there's like a whole bunch of murder and mayhem and chaos and grief and loneliness and ghosts. And bullets and drugs and bad people doing bad things for all the right reasons.
I mean, can I sign up now? Like, is there pre-order? Because
No, in fact, it doesn't even have a title because I sent it to my editor with the title. And my editor, Josh Gennell at Malal Books, is one of the sweetest individuals that I've ever met. I have no clue how he survived in publishing. He's a sweetheart. He will say, self-deprecating people, and he will be like, can we send you to this thing? I will try to get you someone you know, I'm Jewish. I was trying to. So that's Josh Scandal on books, and he said, I absolutely adore your title. In 1986, there was a UK crime writer who published a very successful novel with a title that's kind of similar. We don't want to go there. So that's going to be a no on the title. I'm sorry. We'll come up with something. So this is an untitled novel because I copied well, I didn't copy. It sounded kind of like another one from 1986. How the hell I was supposed to know that? I don't know, but he knows everything. So it doesn't have a title yet. But so no pre-order not even posted.
I appreciate that. I also appreciate that. I appreciate that dilemma. One of my titles is Soft Target, which I thought was so original. It's not.
And you Googled it.
Well, and then I published it, and then I went to look for it on Amazon and realized how many books out there have the very same title.
Yes.
So I'm a little paranoid about time.
All
right. But because I don't want to. Yeah,
I'm not.
Okay. So when you're approaching, and I always love to ask this question of folks who both work in short stories and work in novels, whether they're writing or editing. When you're giving advice to writers, we're at the advice to writers portion of this program. And someone comes up to you and says, oh, I would like to write a novel, but I'm going to write some short stories first.
Right.
How would you respond and mentor that writer?
That's like learning how to play the drums because you want to be a piano player. If you want to write novels, read a shit ton of novels and then learn the craft and try to write a novel. It's completely different. I was on the same boat in 2011. The World Horror Convention was in Austin, and I covered it as a journalist. And I had the chance to interview the great late Jack Ketchum. So I spoke to Dallas, which is the first thing he said, call me Dallas, kids. And I asked him about the difference, and he said, I don't know how old you are, but listen to me. A short story is a fun one-night stand. The novel is a fucking marriage. And I'm like, oh, okay. so I'm going to remember that. And of course, Jack passed away way too soon, but I still remember those words. I love writing short stories. I love getting into anthologies. I love editing anthologies. But that's like, I like to play the drums. But when I write a novel, my short stories could be 2,000, 3,000 words. This novel that I just turned in was 128,000. The amount of work that this requires versus the amount of work that this requires, it's not even the same thing. Is it all writing? Yes. Dialogue, character development, your economy of language, all that stuff applies to both of them. But this is like, I have to go in. This is like plotting the murder of the Pope. And this is like a dirty shanking in an alley. Like you can get this done real nice and quick and dirty, and this requires a ton of planning. So don't start focusing on this because then this doesn't translate to the long thing. And that's why you read, sometimes people focus on this, and then they write their first novel, and then you have a character that appears up until like chapter 7 or 9, and then just drops off. Because your brain is working into the whole, every chapter has to be like its own short story. That's all I did for such a long time. Then I have a beginning, middle, and an end for every chapter. And things happen in the middle that you can't. Yeah. And then this, if you write standalone novels, doesn't mean that you're going to be amazing the first time that you try to write a series with the same characters over years and years. So find what truly moves you and how you want to make your career work. And then you can learn how to do this, but you have to relearn everything to write novels. It doesn't mean you shouldn't do it. You should totally do it.
I agree. And speaking of which, okay, so as an editor, you're reading a lot of slush.
Yes.
Like you do. And I know that for me, reading slush, it kind of opened my eyes because as a writer, you're one person and you're sending out stories into the world. As an editor, when you're reading that much slush, you start seeing patterns and you start seeing things which you can then apply to your own work, which is very helpful. But are there some insights that you gained from working on the editorial side that you can share or they be that you apply to your own work, or that you can share with writers who are currently going through that process?
A few of those. You have that one story that you haven't placed anywhere. When you go in and you add one or two elements to make it fit the submission call, editors can tell. So don't fucking do that. Trying to convince me that a story is a good fit when it meets none of the requirements. Like, this is about werewolves. Well, I'm not sending you a story about ghosts. But, it's awesome anyway. It might be, but this is a werewolf anthology, so I'm not gonna pick that story. Obviously, you don't have to pay an editor to edit a story that you're gonna submit. That's what my job. If I pick your story, I'm gonna have to help you clean it up, make it better, faster, stronger, leaner, meaner. So don't pay an editor to do that, but self-edit. Because if I pick up your story and I open it and 2 pages in, there's like unfinished sentences, there's like 27 grammar horrors. Like, I'm done. It hurts my eyeballs. So like, that's a no. And maybe it was a good story. Maybe we had like a good narrative in there that we could have worked with, but it's gonna require so much work that we're gonna have to like push publication 3 to 6 months just to fix that mess. So don't do that to yourself. That's self-sabotage. Don't tell me that the story that you sent me, like, I read for a living, I review for a living. Don't tell me it's the best thing I've ever read, because I'm not opening it. Like, that's how sure I am that it is not the best story I've ever read. Do I enjoy confidence? Hell yeah, have a little swagger. Tell me what you've done. Like, I've been nominated for this and this, or this is my first story ever, and I think it's good because I was going to try to do this, this, and this, and I kind of nailed it. You let me know. And then I'll let you know. I love sending personalized rejections because it's, number one, it's an invitation like, hey, I'm not done being an editor. Keep working. I hope we can work together in the future. Second of all, it's me telling you this story didn't make it into this anthology. It can make it into another one. And I could end up publishing you in the future. Maybe you end up publishing me or rejecting me in the future. You're a nice person. Go get it. The minute you tell me this is the best short story you've ever read, I think about like Shirley Jackson. I'm like, fuck the knives, not. Get away from here, because that's just, I can't deal with a person, because when if I pick that story because it's really, really good, not the best one ever, but really good, and I make some suggestions, you're gonna say no. Because in your head, that story was already perfect. And as an editor, I want to do that. So don't ever do that. And believe in yourself. Because a lot of times writers will say things to put themselves down in the query letter. Like, I'm sorry I'm sending you this, then don't send it. If you're really that sorry, I'm sorry to bother you. No, I asked you to send in stories, so be happy that you had one ready or you finished one, and I get a chance to read it. So be confident, be nice, respect my time. If you send me a story today and the submission call ends on July 1st, I might not start reading until July 1st. So don't send me an email 16 hours later asking me if I read your story, 29 hours later, 34 hours later, 49 hours later, because the 16 email that I get from you, I'm gonna say like, would you mind just not emailing me anymore ever? Because I'm already tired of you and I haven't read your story yet. So don't do that. Editors do a lot of work, as you know. And then sometimes reading the slush means you're not eating, you're not watching a documentary, you're not outside walking or going to the pool. You're literally reading hundreds of stories and bleeding through your eyeballs to find those gems. So, respect our time.
You said find those gems, and I always love asking fellow editors this. When you're reading a story, what is a sign that is a gem? That's a story that you want to have for your project?
Here's a very easy one. Sometimes I will get the email and I will do the preview. And if I like it, I'll open it, like download the document and open it so I can start taking notes. If I ended up reading the whole story on the preview, I need to have that. Because it was like I wasn't even thinking about an editor anymore. I started reading and you hooked me. So 6, 7, 8, 9 pages later, I stopped scrolling and it's like, wow, that was the whole story. I never opened the whole thing, downloaded it. I read it in preview mode in my email. That's a hell of a story. If I don't want to read another story after, Like I read that one and I went, oh, I need it so much. Like that type of story. Cause I'm smoke. You should like I need a cigarette. I'm smoke. So if I need like a sandwich or a glass of water, like, I need a break. I was, wow, you punch me in the heart, or in the gut, or in the brain, wherever you want. I have to have that. And also I need a break. And that's a hell of a, yeah, doesn't happen often.
It doesn't, when it does, it's like,
Yeah, like I love found footage movies, and let's be honest, 95.7% of them absolutely suck. But then you watch like Mondo or one of those movies, and you're like, this is why I watched the other 99, so I can get to this one.
Absolutely. So we've talked about a couple of other authors. What is something you've read recently, maybe in the past couple of weeks, past couple of months, that you would like walk up to someone and be like, here, read this. You must read this now.
Let's see. Well, I'm reading Sean's next book, All the Sinners Bleed. It drops June 6th. What else did I just read? Because I just turned in a batch of reviews for Locus. And what was in that batch that I absolutely loved? Oh, you know what I can do? I can put on Goodreads.
That is exactly what I do. I was asking you now, what you read?
Because I'm thinking of all the stuff that I actually started on the plane and the 2 airports that I was at, and forgetting what I read, a week ago.
Do you do Goodreads reading challenge?
I try to set one every year for like 250 books or whatever it is, so I don't feel like I'm pressured. It's like, if I don't get it, I don't get it. But yeah. This is not loading, so I'll just go with load area. I'll just go with my memory.
You need a Wi-Fi password?
Sure.
Okay. It's
Hold on. Settings. Where are we? Wi-Fi. Which one are we using?
ConCarolinas.
ConCarolinas. There's 2. One says AV.
The not AV one.
The one without AV. All right. Password.
It's all caps.
Yes.
They told me upstairs CON 2023 exclamation.
Oh, I like that.
We're gonna be like, John.
Tell me the words.
Thank you, sir. All right, see, immediately I open this Cassandra Cost, The Salt Grows Heavy.
Okay.
Oh my God. So it's you've all read stories about mermaids?
Yes.
This is like a monstrous mermaid whose children, because it's several of them, whose children devoured the prince that saved her. And then they destroyed everything. So she's like walking through the snow in the taiga with a plague doctor who's non-binary. And then they find a group of children whose aim is to kill each other. And then they bring the body to the saints, which are 3 doctors that bring them back to life. And that's within like the first 4 pages.
Okay.
So Cass Call is an amazing author. I reviewed R.F. Kuang's Yellowface for the Boston Globe. It's about a writer who doesn't quite. So it's a book written for writers. A writer who's really struggling to make it has the best-selling, translated into 37 languages, good friend, and then they go out to drink, and they come back home to eat some pancakes, and the famous writer chokes on a pancake and dies. And then she realizes the next manuscript that no one knows about is like sitting right there. So of course she fucking takes it. And then hilarity and awfulness ensue. And R.F. Kuang is fantastic. I read Where Darkness Blooms by Andrea Hanna, which is one of those rare YA books that I read every year because I get assignments for Locus, and it's about a group of girls growing up in a town without their mothers because all of them disappeared, and they realize that first of all no one can leave the town because the sunflowers that surround the town don't let you leave. And if anybody tries to talk about the weirdness that happens because women die a lot and women disappear a lot and men don't, then the wind starts blowing really hard and there's like a sudden storm. And I thought that was a great setup. Do you want me to keep going? Because we can go
Yeah.
away.
I was gonna say, note to self, friend, give me now on Goodreads. But we are
Yeah.
unfortunately at 4:27.
Are you panic about that?
I'm not gonna panic. I just wanna make sure, so, question.
Yes.
We're all here, I'm assuming we're all familiar with your work, but just in case someone's watching this or wants to know, where can we find you here at the con, and where can we find you online in your books? Obviously the bookstore, and you should go there immediately and buy them all, but go ahead.
If you are here, I'm gonna go sign some books right after this, so you can literally follow me to the author signing table thing. I'm online. If you ever found one of my books online, Gabino Yes is pretty unique in terms of names, so I'm lucky that I can get to be myself on all social media platforms. So it should be easy to find. My preferred method is to support your local indies. Like, if you can buy my books, that's fantastic. You're doing me a favor, you're putting food in my mouth, and ensuring that I can keep doing this. But you're also feeding the mom and pop shop. But some people live in the middle of nowhere because this is a very big country, and you might not have an indie bookstore of your choice, or it's like 275 miles away. Don't drive 300 miles for my book. Give your money to the bad people at Amazon because, you know, they feed some mouths too, I guess. Yeah, find me anywhere. Come hang out. I'm on Twitter always, making people angry because that's fun. And talking books and movies. I started a Substack newsletter 4 weeks ago. Thank you. Yes. I feel like social media, any platform that you use, back me up on this, it could crash tomorrow. Like, Elon could wake up, have a bad day, just kill the whole thing. So I'm looking for other ways. And the newsletter has proven to be a lot of fun because I get to have more space to talk about John Wick. So yeah, come find me. I mutilate children, but that's only on the books. Like, I'm not that bad person. So.
Allegedly.
Allegedly. Don't talk to my lawyer.
Alright, and we are almost at, well, we're actually at time, because it's 4:29. By the time I finish saying thank you, Gabino Iglesias, for this awesome interview. Really appreciate all of your patience asking the questions. Thank you, audience, for the questions and for being here. And I just want to say I loved your books. Looking forward to the next one.
And you forgot to say that you have a table here.
I do have a table here.
Tell me about the table. I won't let you go.
I have a table. We are in the dealer's room. We're across from Falstaff. And if you like horror, then that is the place you can come because we've got lots of horror, lots of short stories.
Yeah.
So someday we hope to have a Gabino Iglesias short story in the program.
Anytime. Yes. We'll love to.
We'll talk. All right.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much.
That was awesome. I was scared. You know, because you had notes, and I was like, that's, I'm not prepared for notes.
I am always going to have notes because
I didn't bring my own notes.
Oh, yes.
Oh, look at you. You're not
All I need you is this gonna go on the phone?
Sure, I haven't seen your shirt.
Oh, thanks, yeah. It's the lace skull.
Yes. It's 3D.
I just need to let people know that while I have long hair, it's a decoy.
You used to be black at some point?
Actually, yeah, that's
Jet
red.
black?
Yeah, it's like
Alright.
dark red, but then like I scare children, so.
What's wrong with scaring children?
You know?
Weak children.
Yeah, yeah, I think my children would cry if I had black hair right now. They're very young, and they'd be like, no!
What did you do? I'm gonna go see if I have to sign some books, but thank you. I'll see you around. Thank you.
Do you mind saying just your name and what you do? Sorry. And a false step thread.
And then I'm interviewing.
And I'll be interviewing. We as the book he does. Do you mind having to close that door? Give me like 5 seconds, guys. Good. Thank you, I appreciate it. You're good. Ready?
Hi, I'm Rachel A. Brune, and I am the senior editor at Falstaff Dread, which is Falstaff Books' new horror imprint. And today, it is my absolute pleasure to be interviewing Gabino Iglesias about his work in horror. Oh my gosh.
And then I will edit, and I'll put things together.
I'll tell you what, you saw his,
Yeah.
love his stuff so much.
Yeah, that was really good. But yeah, you did a great job with the interview. Very